All right. You know what time it is? It's Twin Flame Tuesday. What's up, everybody? We're going to get to the bottom of things here. How you guys doing out there? I am doing super fabulous. We've got the Twin Flame technology right here. Twin Flame technology in the house. Yes, sir. It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. We are live. Coming to you live, recorded live in front of a live studio audience. It's Twin Flame Tuesday. Wahahaha. It's going to be spills, chills, and thrills. You know how we do. You know how we do. Here at New World All-Star. Oh, have I got some tender morsels.
Overall, we liked the script. Act 2 drags a little bit. Thanks for coming in. Wait! What if we hit her with her Saturn return, 2 Dark Nights of the Soul, and the most toxic twin flame? Is this a horror film now? No. Same genre. I'm listening. Then she meets her soulmate. Too soon. But she doesn't realize it's him until page 78.
Oh my God.
Better. Then she lands her dream job, the one she's wanted since she was 5 years old. She thinks everything's falling into place. Then she goes through a spiritual awakening, realizes she's built her entire life on who she thought she was supposed to be, starts questioning everything. Love it. Audiences eat that up. And loses the job. Can we justify that character arc? Of course. She checked accelerated growth on her soul contract. Perfect.
There you go.
Then she discovers manifestation and thinks she finally has everything figured out. Too predictable. Right, but then we'll unravel everything she thought she knew. Now we're talking. Oh, and she becomes absolutely convinced she's a starseed. Does that affect the plot? No. Cut it. Ending. She figures it all out and lives happily ever after.
Of course.
Okay. She thinks she has it all figured out. Reincarnation. Season 2.
What are the rules? Nobody knows. We're just going to make it up as we go.
Yo, bro, you want to go to dinner at 7 on Saturday? Fully hearing that. Would you be down to meet in the flow at like some point? Well, I'm kind of a busy guy, man, so if we could do it at 7 on Saturday, that would be amazing. So receiving that, brother. So receiving that. It seems to me like you're stuck in kind of the 3D paradigm of time, which, you know, I could totally help you with. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of wanted to see you at 7 on Saturday. Feeling into just really meeting you where you're at in such a tender space. A couple quick, just heart-based questions.
Heart-based questions.
Is the restaurant donation-based? Nah, bro. It's a set menu. It's just a set menu.
We're just making it all up.
2 more questions. Does Bill Gates own it? And is it vegan? No. but I'll pay for you, bro. It's cool. Receiving that. Oh. Oh. Okay, cool. I'll see you there then.
You're paying? Okay, I'll go.
Really enjoyed our time at this vegan cafe. I was thinking, rather intuiting, that it would be nice to go back to mine and do a cacao ceremony. How does that register in your nervous system?
I wasn't thinking about it. I was intuiting about it. That makes it spiritual, right?
Not to flex or anything, but I recently just got this black tourmaline anti-EMF bed mat. And I'd love for you to be the first person outside of me to try it out. And maybe after we can ask the cards if we're meant to be lifetime lovers or this is meant to be a one-time thing. And maybe, who knows, maybe I'll even interpret it in a kind of way that favors it just being a night, because I feel like I'd get addicted to you. And
you feel like you'd what with your dick?
That's not good either. And I really want us to come from a healthy space. So maybe we just do a little sample.
Just do a little sample, huh? I wonder what kind of sample he wants to do.
A little trial run, a little consciousness activation, as the kids call it, and then never see each other again, so that we can really promote a deep, heartfelt sense of interdependency.
Yeah.
Does that register in your nervous system?
That's what it is. That's always what it is. That's definitely not somebody just trying to get in your pants. No, sir. I would never. Because I'm spiritual. Spiritual people don't do that. Oh my God, you guys. What's up? It's Tuesday. We got super chats turned on. If you got a question, that's a great way to get my attention. Otherwise, if I see, like questions in the chat that are just genuinely great questions, I'll do those ones too. I do the freebies too, you guys. But super chats stop the show, of course. I don't have a regular corporate job or anything like that. This is it. This is it, guys. This is how I pay the bills. I can't do this from a cardboard box in an alleyway. I know there's a lot of new agers that shame you for making money, and then they turn around to do it. Funny how that works. But no spiritual teacher has ever worked for free, including Mother Teresa. Ever. Money is good. I can pay my employees. I can run this coaching program. I can run this YouTube channel and all these social media platforms full time. And you guys, I'm up here working. You should have seen this article that I just posted in my public Facebook group yesterday. It was epic. Epic. Head over there and check it out. You guys, it takes time to do those things. And yeah, guys, super chats are there. If you want to throw something in the bucket, it will be my pleasure to be of service to you. So hit me up. If you got any questions in the chat, stick them in there. Stick them in there, you guys. Free ones, paid ones. I'll do it all. Let me see if we got anything in here. Let's see. Well, Rachel has a very well thought out question, it looks like. Let's start with Rachel. Rachel says, I had weird experiences from right before meeting my supposed twin flame in person. I suddenly had strong intuition that he was coming to my city in a few days, and he really came and we met. Even while knowing I was going to see him in person, the way we met was super eerie, according to a friend, as if it were destined in that specific way. When we were face to face and he came to embrace me, I saw something about him. So his current life situation connected to maybe his past life. Okay. Which I had no idea of until that flash of sight, which was confirmed within a month after our meeting. Oh, very interesting. Continuing, two angels, I think, though some think maybe that they were aliens. Okay. Could be. I don't know. Came to my bedroom at night where my body was laying down, but I sat up and they talked in their heads and I heard them. After meeting a few times and then having 4 months of silence, 8 months after our first meeting, we went through the same type of major life event, only half a day apart. Continuing, from 9 months in, the numbers were crazy, such as 2 out of 3 hospitals giving me patient ID numbers of the same pattern. The craziest number example came at 2 years in. A bank account number I got was in the pattern of, okay, 1426, 1426, 1426. Interesting. So I think, Rachel, what you are getting at here is this guy your twin flame? I mean, in your very first message, you kind of hinted at that. You said weird experiences from right before meeting my supposed twin flame in person. I have to say, this is something I don't really talk about this a lot on my YouTube channel because the synchronicities and number signs are so highly subjective. Whereas the paranormal events, such as spontaneous kundalini or psychic intuition, which ends up coming true, which you did speak to that. You did say that you had intuition about him coming to your town. Yeah, here it is in the first one. You said, I suddenly had strong intuition that he was coming to my city in a few days. And so before I go into the thing about the synchronicities, because that's kind of what I want to talk about here, let me know, Rachel, in the chat, where on your body the intuition was coming from. Oh, so you were already a professional psychic decades before you met him. Well, I mean, that could be. So I would be looking for other things maybe. So maybe that's not a good path for us to go down, but I'll ask all the same because it'll be a good teaching tool for everybody else watching. The intuition that you had about him, where on your body was it coming from? Because it's usually coming from your torso, especially the heart. And it's this weird, eerie knowing. And often, like when you get a really powerful one, it'll stop you in your tracks and it'll overtake you. It'll overtake you. The real, like, best way for somebody to tell if this person is their twin flame is it triggers this, an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. And again, Spanish speakers, I have it translated here. If you're watching a replay of this video, then look in the video description for a link to this research paper. This is peer-reviewed, controlled scientific research on the event of an involuntary, spontaneous spiritual awakening. This is from prestigious universities and institutions like the University of Greenwich in London, the Imperial College of London. These are psychologists and college professors, paranormal researchers, peer-reviewed. This isn't just some random crap that I found on the internet. And here they are talking about spontaneous Kundalini awakenings. They're using the word union. Oh, what is that word doing there? Yeah, maybe that word doesn't mean what you guys think it does, right? And then later in the paper, they talk about, like spontaneous intuition, right? Too. And there is a triggering event which causes this awakening to take place. And people, they argue with me incessantly about it. I just did a show a few weeks ago explaining how, your twin flame, so-called divine masculine, first of all, it's not gender. Those are just labels, but they're not going to awaken. And I pissed a lot of people off on Facebook. You're welcome. Just doing my job, man. But really, though, like these are all people who are not twin flames, and they didn't have a spontaneous spiritual awakening. They had a voluntary awakening, which is great. That's thumbs up. These are decent human beings who are genuinely interested in what is all of it, right? What is God? What is the universe? Who am I beyond the body? That's awesome. Thumbs up. But that is a voluntary awakening where you feel compelled, and you could feel very compelled and very drawn to spiritual topics. It's not the same thing that I am talking about. What I am talking about is forced upon you. It's like the police coming to get you. You will have Kundalini whether you want it or not. You will have unity consciousness whether you want it or not. You will become psychic whether you want it or not, and you don't have to work at it. That's the best way for you to tell if this person and you are really the same soul, right? Twin flame. And then there's also the detaching test. Rachel, I'll talk about that also in a minute for you. But following up with your story here, so the intuition overtook you, and you're saying third and fourth chakras, right? So, that's kind of like the heart and maybe your solar plexus. That's extremely common. And notice, by the way, Rachel, tell me in the chat, did it kind of like remind you of deja vu in a kind of way? Like it has this character of feel to it, doesn't it? Where it's not that you're being told you've been here before, right? Which is deja vu. It's other information. Oh, this guy's going to come meet me in the city, right? That was the information, but it kind of has this like eerie characteristic of feel to it, which does actually feel a lot like deja vu in many cases. It really does. And again, yes, it overtook you. It like stops you in your tracks. And then it actually came true. It fucking happened. Yeah, that's psychic ability. And these are not crazy things to talk about anymore. Once again, guys, a lot of people aren't really aware of the fact that there is a very vigorous conversation taking place in the science community about psychic ability. By the way, Julia Mossbridge here, she recently did a podcast with Joe Rogan. Just saying. And he's a good interviewer. He's a good host. Whether you like him or not, he is good at that. He's better at it than I am. But her bio is it's incredible. She's an American cognitive neuroscientist, author, and educator who works on exceptional human performance. And again, exceptional human performance is the official industry lingo for people who have like psychic ability and stuff like that, right? That's what that is. Exceptional human performance, right? Someone who can see the future. right? Including psychic effects, notably on precognition and presentiment. She is Senior Distinguished Fellow in Human Potential at the Center for Future Mind at Florida Atlantic University, member of the Loomis Innovation Council at the nonpartisan Stimson Center, affiliate professor in the Department of Biophysics and Physics at the University of San Diego, and founder and board chair of the nonprofit Institute for Love and Time. So she's kind of a big deal, and she's doing legitimate scientific research. So just in case you guys did not know that, there is legitimate psychic research going on into these things. So it's not crazy to have this conversation. Well, anyway, continuing, those are the normal types of indicators, Rachel, that I look for to tell if it's your twin flame or not. But you are also saying that you were incredibly psychic to begin with. But these synchronicities, let's get back to that. And then I see you left a super chat. We'll come back to that. But you're saying that there were these strange events that seemed to increase so drastically after you met this person. Here it is. You said it was only the numbers and angels that were new, right? And this is the part that's highly subjective about anybody's spiritual awakening. Because I remember when I went through it, yeah, there was the Kundalini. Yeah, there was the legit psychic intuition. You get information about the future and then it fucking happens. And I just confirmed with you that what you experienced was a very powerful type of psychic intuition. It can be described, right? Kind of the way that I described it. But the other than like Kundalini and psychic visions and out of body experiences and non-dual merging, that sense of oneness with everything, other than those obvious things, there are these other strange events that seem to happen around you all the time. Excuse me. When you are going through the thick of it at the beginning, isn't it? This happens right after the ego death, the dark night of the soul. It always is the same. The twin flame template. You meet this person, and then for the first 4 to 8 weeks, it's highly romantic. And they reciprocate. And it's all perfect. They call it the bubble phase. It's very short, 4 to 8 weeks. And then the person runs away. They pull away. They reject you. They friend zone you, whatever, and you go into a massive tailspin like never before. It's absolutely the most desperate situation that you've ever been in your whole life over a breakup. And you cannot function, you guys. You absolutely cannot fucking function at all. And there's this weird sense of meaninglessness, and there's this loss of identity. Like, I don't know who I am anymore. It's bizarre. And the obsessive thinking, it's like it's happening to you. And this is the part that people who did not meet a twin flame often fixate upon because they had a really bad breakup and they think that means it's their twin flame, and it's really just a toxic relationship. And they go, oh, well, I had dark night of the soul, though. I had dark night of the soul, though. They say that. And I think, did you, though? Because it can only be defined as dark night of the soul if a spontaneous spiritual awakening happens after it. Again, an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. It's involuntary. It's like the police coming to get you because you are going to have Kundalini. You will have psychic visions. You will leave your body. You will experience oneness with everything. You're going to do it. You don't have to try to get it to happen. Right? But then there's the other part of this that I'm talking about right now that happens, which is all the weird fucking synchronicities. And they're so highly subjective. And Rachel, yes, visitors. The visitors that came to talk to you. That's one of the questions that I actually ask on my twin flame test now, which is, were there any strange people that contacted you, like maybe came to your door or started talking to you on the street and they were just kind of like weird and out of place, and they said some pretty strange things to you where you were like, do I know you? It's almost like they fucking know who you are somehow. You know what I mean? Um, yeah. I had that once. There's a video on my YouTube channel. If anybody's interested, just go to it's on my English YouTube channel on a playlist called Kurt's Spiritual Autobiography. And there's a video on there called I Was Touched by a Real Angel in the Flesh. And this is a thing, guys. And then again, like strange synchronistic events that seem to be coordinated perfectly, highly subjective. Now, here's the thing that's going to make this all make sense to anybody watching, and to you too, Rachel. Thank you for the super chat. Rachel says, thank you, but I'm super separation consciousness duality type, like fuck unity consciousness. Okay. Thinking now of whether I had deja vu. Yeah. I don't know that this person you met is really a twin flame. Maybe. You're also mentioning here, we were connecting you and this person that you think might be a twin flame. You seem to be saying that the two of you were connecting and disconnecting multiple times over 6 to 7 years. I would want to know what happened to you at the very beginning, like when you first met this person, right? Continuing, Rachel says, the angels seemed to have been sent by someone upstairs with my address. But didn't expect me to be living in a small apartment. I'd have to talk to you some more. The thing, Rachel, if you really want to know if this person is your twin flame, number one, look at what happened in the first 6 to 12 months of meeting this person. It's going to be everything that I just explained in that order. You meet them for the first time. There's a very short bubble phase. It's all perfect. It's all romantic. It's 4 to 8 weeks. Then they leave. They ghost you. They reject you. They friend zone you, whatever, right? And you go into the ego death, and there will be a sense of like this loss of identity. Like, I don't know who I am anymore, right? And the obsessive thinking, and you basically cannot function. Also, another interesting thing that happens is your financial situation or your job situation changes in almost 90% of cases, such that as you're going through the dark night of the soul, you don't risk financial ruin, right? So like for me, I was given a job. For some reason, I was promoted right before the dark night of the soul to a job role where I didn't have to fucking do anything, and my boss was MIA. I was not being given any fucking work to do, but I kept getting a paycheck. Right? Yeah, there you go. Your job situation changed. And again, Rachel, I'm talking about the first 6 to 12 months after having met this person. Right before Dark Night of the Soul, my job situation changed. And it was such that I wouldn't get fired due to the fact that I could not function because I was in the middle of the Dark Night of the Soul. And you're not worth a shit. And then get this, right after Dark Night of the Soul, I had to go back to my old job where I had to work again. That's over 90% of the cases that I work with, people that really met a twin flame. It's really high, guys. And so it's like there's angels behind you that are protecting you, right? And Rachel, that could be in your case. You could be one of the 10%. Now you're saying that your job situation changed later, right? And mine did too, only instead of like a protective mechanism, it's so that I don't get fired during Dark Night of the Soul. Whereas later, after the awakening process was all the way done, then my financial situation improved like drastically, radically, where I wasn't even working there anymore. It wasn't just like bare minimum, make sure he can still pay his bills. It was, here's a brand new, amazing life completely, right? Which happened after the awakening. So positive life changes that come after the awakening, which, by the way, guess who talks about that? You guessed it. in this research paper, again, linked in the description, English or Spanish. They talk about that in here. Well, anyway, so that's the first few months of the journey. Those things all happen. And then after Dark Night of the Soul, yeah, you're having all the weird shit, Kundalini, psychic visions, this intuition that's telling you things about the future. And then those things come true. Out of body experiences, merging with God and the universe. You feel like you are the sky and the trees and the clouds and the buildings and the people. And it's this weird knowing that just overtakes you. And it's just, you're just, wow. And you can't understand it, right? It's spiritual. And leaving your body and strange visitors coming to visit you. And then all the synchronicities, there's a million of them. And there's so many of them that you can't even keep track of them all. And it's like these events are being coordinated by a higher power somehow. But the thing is, when you get into the weeds, and like if I gave you guys a bunch of examples of synchronicities that I experienced during the beginning, like the first 6 to 12 months after having met the twin flame, they're so subjective that any naysayer could just try to explain them away, right? But as you are there going through all that shit, you know it's weird because the timing of those types of events, right? And then on top of all that, at the same time, during that time period, Kundalini, real psychic visions which come true, out-of-body experiences, non-dual merging with God, heart chakra opening, all happening at the same time. And then get this. Here's the detaching test, Rachel. Let's talk about that. Because here's how you can tell for sure, if it's your twin flame. Because I basically, Rachel, I just gave you like the template. Like, how do you tell if somebody met a twin flame, right? And these things, they happen in a certain order. And again, I'm not making this up. This is a known phenomenon. This isn't what I think. This is so well understood. Again, English or Spanish, I'll link this in the video description for you. But there's a lot of different ways that an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening can be triggered. There's a lot of different ways that can happen, right? Meeting a twin flame is just one way that can happen, right? It's not the only way. And so the way that I am going about explaining this to you right now is the way for you to tell. Here it is. This is the video that I was just looking for. Go watch this video, guys. I point that out to you. Like, I'm not making up the rules. I'm telling you how gravity works. I'm telling you why the sun rises. You know what I mean? It's a phenomenon that already existed. Now science is just explaining it. You know what I mean? And again, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. People, they like to argue about semantics and all that kind of stuff. And we don't do that here, you guys. Words are created to describe an already existing phenomenon. You don't make up a word and then go, oh, what should we say this word means? Right? Like people that argue about what a spontaneous spiritual awakening is. Well, if you are voluntarily taking up an interest in spiritualism, I guess that's not the same thing I'm talking about, is it? Right. And it's the same. It's the same thing. There could be the death of a loved one that triggers an awakening, a spontaneous awakening. There could be recovering from a terminal illness, could be something happening to you. It could be losing everything. Eckhart Tolle, he's a great example. You guys, if you read the introduction to his book, he describes the same things we talk about on this YouTube channel every day. He had Kundalini, psychic visions, right? And then like a 2-year long Satori, right? Heart chakra opening. He doesn't call it those things, but if you read what he's describing, you're going to know which part in the introduction of this book. And his awakening was triggered by life circumstances, anxiety, right? So there's a lot of different things that can cause an awakening like this. So the template that I'm giving you guys every day is a known phenomenon that's so well understood and researched that there is now third-party scientific literature about it in copious quantities, guys, all day long. This is real, what you are experiencing. Now, let's talk about the detaching test. So again, Rachel, just to be sure that you're clear, there's the triggering event, and then things unfold in a certain order, time-wise, right? There's the bubble phase, 4 to 8 weeks, then the ego death, dark night of the soul, and then the awakening with all the weird metaphysical and paranormal shit, the synchronicities, the numbers, the kundalini, the psychic visions, and you don't have to work at it. You were saying earlier that you already were highly psychic, but that doesn't mean it's not your twin flame. Maybe there was a radical increase of those things. Maybe you started to have kundalini. Maybe you never had kundalini before. Maybe there was a radical increase of psychic ability. The fact that you were already psychic would be a disqualifier if I gave you a twin flame test, right? But there was some weirdness going on in your life. Yes. So the only thing left is the detaching test. So, Rachel, riddle me this. Have you ever had a time when you just got out of bed one day and you said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I've been fucking around with this guy. He's not getting serious here. I'm really finished. And you just have this resolve, like you're legit done. I'm all the way done and I'm moving on and I'm not looking back. End of story. We're done. All the way done. And I'm not looking back. Immediately within 24 to 48 hours, his behavior towards you changes for the better. Drastically different behavior. You ever had that happen, Rachel? Okay. Hey, this comment came through at 1:44 my time. What does it mean? Doesn't mean shit. So, Rachel, to you, I would say, yeah, never, right? Now you're saying never. Okay. Oh, you've never done that. I see. You've never tried. Right. Well, you could try that. You could try that. So we just don't have the information because you've never tried. Right now, based on everything we've talked about, Rachel, to you, I would say I don't know. I would, my honest assessment would be probably not, but I don't think we have enough information. So if you can think back about the first 6 to 12 months, if things panned out, if they happened in the order, those events happened in that order, first of all, that would make me give me some information that would make me say, oh, I don't know, maybe 50% probability it's another incarnation of your soul, right? If you had some of those things happen. But a detaching test, that's quantitative data, which is the highest quality of data you could get. That would be like absolute smoking gun confirmation. So maybe you could try that. Maybe you could try getting yourself to the point where you're like, no, I'm really done. And don't tell him. Don't tell him. Here, I'll show you why. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Rachel, there's a video. I'll show you here in a minute. Hey, by the way, I don't want to forget. Hold on. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Okay. Erica, thank you for your super chat. I appreciate it. Super chats are turned on, everybody. If you want to get my attention, if you want me to push you to the front of the line to answer your question, this is a great way to do it. I don't work for free, and neither do you. And I don't have a regular corporate job. I can't run this operation from a cardboard box in an alleyway. So your super chats really help, you guys. I got bills to pay, and so do you. I got 3 employees, and they all got kids. And I'm up here working every day, guys. I'm writing articles. I'm working on my book now. I'm shooting videos. We're working, guys. Okay, so Rachel, here is my suggestion. Okay, not this one. This is my testimonial playlist. Another student married to her twin flame. How about that? Also in Spanish. No, this one, which is also available in English or Spanish. The True Twin Flame Teachings. The True Twin Flame Teachings. There's a video on here. Is it at the bottom? I don't think this particular video I've done in Spanish yet. Maybe I should do that soon. Here it is. The world's only proven twin flame test. So if you go to my English YouTube channel and you scroll all the way to the bottom, and I did that on purpose because it's actually easy to find if you think about it, because you know it's the very last video, right? All you got to do is scroll until you get to the bottom, right? Go watch that video. The world's most accurate twin flame test, and I will tell you, Rachel, how to do it. And it's basically this. Let go of the twin flame myths. Stop chasing your twin flame. Stop pining for them. Stop yearning for them. Stop looking at twin flame information. Stop trying to figure out what to do about them. Don't be sitting around thinking about them, and replace the whole twin flame frenzy with a lifestyle of Zen, non-dual teachings. Learn non-dual teachings and embrace them, and take the whole twin flame thing and get rid of it and replace all of that twin flame stuff with the true spiritual journey, Zen spirituality, being, slowing down, making lifestyle changes, stillness, right? If at some point, Rachel, you feel a shift where one day you get out of bed and you're like, fuck it, I'm done. I'm letting him go. And he immediately contacts you, it's your twin. It's your twin flame. And Rachel, why would you resist Zen? You know what? Whatever spiritual practices you're doing, Rachel, genuine spirituality, non-dual teachings, they will make whatever other things that you are doing work better. Manifesting, law of attraction, occult practices, even if you're into that, whatever, they're not even going to work. Reiki, it's not even going to work without consciousness to power the whole system first. Consciousness is the gas tank. It's the battery. It's the fuel. It's the power plant that makes all that stuff work. You are an ultra Orthodox Jew. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Rachel, about non-duality is it is not a belief system. And that's what most people don't understand about it. And that's why people can be bothered by Eckhart Tolle. Absolutely. Because when you look on the internet for information, oh yeah, I don't know, maybe he's got an opinion you don't agree with about that. Yeah, I don't know what his opinion is on that. But there's other teachers. Sometimes you got to separate the message from the messenger too. There's that. But here's the thing about the teaching itself, the non-dual teachings, is it's not a belief system. And some people, they don't realize that. They don't recognize that, because when you look on the internet for information about spiritualism, in quotation marks, most of what you're getting is psychology, where they put the label spiritual over it, or just new age hyperbole, hyperbole, new age hyperbole. It's metaphysics or psychology, and then they just put the label spiritual on it, and it's like nobody knows what the fuck spiritualism is. That's why I trademarked the true spiritual journey. I own that trademark in the United States because I don't want people to screw that up too. They're already doing a number on the twin flame thing. It's ridiculous. But spiritualism is not a personality type. It's not a belief system because of what it is. Rachel, genuine spiritualism, non-duality, it's beyond mind. You can't understand it. It's beyond concept completely. It's inherently not a belief system. It's not a set of principles. It's something that you can only experience. It's consciousness. It's the I am. It's the source. It's the one. It's just consciousness. It's not thought or mind. So meditation, it'll enhance your whole practice. You know, Rachel, I'll close with this. When I was a boy, my parents sent us off to the little Methodist church down the street. I grew up in a very small town, like 1 to 200 people living there. And there was the little Methodist church and there was the Catholic church, but it was further away. And my parents weren't Catholics. I guess you could say they were non-denominational. And I remember most of the people were just kind of there. And then there was like, you know, 1 or 2 people where they were kind of the dogmatic, arrogant, judgmental types, you know, the kind of stereotypical, like judgmental born again Christian that you think of, which is actually, to be fair, not really, it's really not most people that are Christians that are like that. But there were a couple there. They would look down on you if you weren't Christian, and they're all judgmental and they got a big ego. But then there was this one woman there, and she was so calm and genuine and spiritual. And there was just, she had this spiritual essence about her, right? Religion is whatever, and it's a belief system, and for some people it helps them, right? And I guess that's not bad if it helps the person, but what I'm trying to get you to see is there was something else present there at the congregation. There was mostly average people that were just kind of there, right? And then there were the couple of people that were really dogmatic. So most of the people were like, so you think of like a sliding scale of extremes. There's the really dogmatic, stereotypical person over here on this end of the scale. And then there's somebody who has something that everybody wants and they can't put their finger on what that thing is. And it could be described as spiritual. She was very present. She was very pure and holy and authentic, and whatever the word is that you want to pick. I don't know. What is that word? You can't pick a word, right? But whatever that is, she's on that end of the scale. And then most of the people were kind of somewhere in the middle, right? But everybody's there at the church. Everybody is a part of this religion, the whole congregation, right? This is the experience I had when I was a boy. What is it about that woman that made her stand out? And everybody could see it. Everybody looked up to her. What was it? Right, consciousness. You could be an atheist and be one of the most spiritual people in the whole world and not even know how spiritual you really are. This is where description ends. This is why spiritual teachers, often you'll hear them say, like the ones that are really good and really get it, like Rupert Spira or Gangaji or Ramana Maharshi or somebody like that. They go, I can't give you this. Ultimately, all of the things that we're talking about, they're not really teachings, they are pointings. I can only point you at something. It's something beyond mind. It's this conscious presence. It's beyond concept. And yes, Rachel, I'm glad that you had the aha moment. That's what I was trying to provide to you. So it's something else. It's not a religious practice at all, guys, because it's not concept. It's not a belief system at all. And I don't have any problem with most belief systems. There's a couple that are not that good. I don't know, Scientology maybe, right? But it's just being. You are like when you are meditating, it's not a religious practice. A psychologist once told me to meditate, and he was an atheist. Why? Because they know it works. Well, he might not know or realize why it works, right? There's scientists who we could point to that may give you some kind of insight into why it works. And here is one such type of person that investigates these things. But all you're doing when you meditate, for example, is you are aware that you are awareness. That's all. That's all. That's really all meditation comes down to. You are aware that you are awareness. That's it. So if you really think this guy is your twin flame, you are necessarily releasing the ego self, the concept identity, right? And then on top of that, again, science, yeah, they're looking at it, guys. Here's Roger Penrose having a conversation with Robert Lawrence Kuhn about what is consciousness. Roger Penrose, he's kind of a big deal, guys. The quantum physics of consciousness. Why is consciousness so baffling? Look at what they're talking about. I'll tell you why it's so baffling, because it's not concept. You can't explain it. There's a physicist by the name of Lothar Schaefer that I often reference, and there's an interview with him on this YouTube channel where he comes right out and he says consciousness is an unexplainable cosmic force. Touche. And he means it. It's unexplainable. It's beyond concept. It's weird. It's cool, but that's your true nature, guys. And even the science world is going, wait a minute, there's something to this. Welcome to 2026, guys. Welcome to the age of Aquarius. So, Rachel, you're welcome. That was such a great conversation to have had with you. I feel like the audience, you guys probably got a lot of value out of that, because we covered a lot of bases, guys. This just isn't what the internet says it is it? The whole twin flame thing, right? I don't even like that we call it twin flames, because the term twin flame just makes the whole thing sound cutesy and romantic and endearing, and it's all about love and romance, right? But that's the word. That's what somebody decided to call it. And if I use any other terminology on the internet, generally speaking, when I'm posting content online, people aren't going to know what the hell I'm talking about, and I'm not going to reach anybody. So I have to keep using that word, twin flame, unfortunately. But that's what it is. And, it's fascinating. Reincarnation does not prove twin flames, but twin flames may very well prove reincarnation, you guys. That's how groundbreaking the discovery of this phenomenon is, the real phenomenon or topic of twin flames. Because again, like I'm always saying every day up here, you guys, 99% of the information that you're looking at online about twin flames is complete, unmitigated bullshit. And I'm not sorry for saying it. And a lot of it's coming from actually pretty genuine people, pretty nice people, who maybe actually want to help you, but they're really confused. And all the twin flame couples, I've got this twin flame couple. They are not twin flames. They're not. I'm not going to say their names, but they're a couple of super nice people. They're genuine. They really want to help other people, but they're calling themselves twin flames, and they are not twin flames. They are not the same soul. They are soulmates, which, again, soulmates, highly subjective. There's not really any such thing as a soulmate, technically. You are a soul or a spirit, whatever word you want to call it, right? Everybody else is just everybody else. You and your twin flame are the same soul. You are the same soul. You are the same spirit, soul, whatever. Everybody else is just everybody else. A soulmate is highly subjective. So maybe 10, 15, 20 lifetimes ago, you and this other soul, you met and you decided, hey, that was fun. Let's do it again. And you decided to have many lifetimes together, but there are two souls. That's your starting point, right? And that's subjective. And it could be a friend, a family member, a pet, right? I don't know. Or a relationship, a lover, right? But a twin flame is your soul. It's not any other soul. You are your soul. You are your twin flame. Everybody else is just everybody else. And so you're going to get that. You're going to get these people. It's a couple. They're obviously soulmates. They're very much in love. They did their healing together, and it's awesome. And I'm happy for them. What they have is beautiful, but they think that they are the same soul, and they're not. Neither of them experienced an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening. Again, I will link this for you in the description, English or Spanish. If you're watching the replay of this video, like a video clip, that's where you're going to find the link to the Spanish one. But all I did was use the Google Translator. But yeah, this is linked in the description, even of this live stream. The live stream, I link the English version of this article. Well, it's not an article. It is a peer-reviewed scientific research paper, right? From the University of Greenwich, the Imperial College of London, right? And I see him on my Facebook page sometimes going, Kurt, we should talk. I don't want to talk to you. Sorry, but I'm looking for people that are actually somebody who met another person that is the same soul as them, a twin flame, And there's a real way that you can tell. And again, 99.9% of the information on the internet about twin flames is like that. It's people that are confused. They think it's a romantic relationship, and it's not. It's not. Now, you can be together with your twin, yes. But the experience, it's not the same as a soulmate couple at all. It's very neutral. It's not boring, but it's not like a mutually, like you guys reciprocate some kind of romantic love for each other. It's just not that, guys. And my students, they're going to tell you that. All of these people got their twin flame to come back, and a lot of these people are married to their twin flame. And then if you keep scrolling, there's more videos where I go around my YouTube channel and document all the written testimonials that people have left me. And there's thousands, guys. I've been doing this for a minute. This does work if it's your twin flame. And so that's why there's so much confusion about this topic, is people are making stuff up about it, or you got the twin flame, the soulmate couples who call themselves twin flames. And it's so gosh darn hard to make any determinations about this phenomenon. And it's sad because there is something real going on. There is a real paranormal phenomenon here going on. You really can meet somebody who is the same soul as you are. And there are really grounded reasons for that. And there's information that could be derived from like any kind of legitimate research that could be done about the topic of simultaneous incarnations, what people call twin flames. I think the scientific community, I think somebody like Julia Mossbridge or what is it? Here it is. The Monroe Institute, right? So like this video that I show you guys sometimes. This guy here, Sean Webb, he's from the Monroe Institute, right? There's legitimate discussions going on about this kind of stuff, guys. And my job is to take the legitimate phenomenon of simultaneous incarnations, what people call a twin flame, and bring it to light to these institutions. And I'm not going to quit until that happens, you guys. Now, I don't think, to be fair, I don't think you're ever going to get rid of the hocus pocus stuff on the internet about twin flames, where it's people who are not twin flames. They stole the term twin flame and they're calling themselves a twin flame, and they are not. And that's like 98% of the people on the internet who say they met their twin flame. No, they didn't. I don't think that's going to change. But what could change is one of these institutions like the University of Virginia or the University of Greenwich in London or the Monroe Institute or some place like that. What I think could happen is they would see me and what I'm doing, and they would recognize that what I'm doing is the legitimate form of twin flames. I think that would happen. And that might change the playing field a little bit. I don't know. Let me show you guys something interesting that I noticed on my YouTube channel yesterday. Watch this. So let's talk about the gender labels. And I see we got another super chat from Erica. So we'll get to you next, Erica. But I wanted to just show you guys this. You might think this is interesting. So, the gender labels, feminine, masculine. Well, it doesn't really work on gender now, does it? Right? You know that. At least most of you do. And that's another thing that causes confusion in this online space is people get attached to the gender labels, and then they get sucked into all the like weird new age stuff about masculine and feminine, which is totally subjective. And there's no like scientific evidence that things really work that way at all. And yes, everything can be explained scientifically. Everything. There is not one single thing in the whole universe that could not be explained scientifically. Period. End of story. Now, there's just one qualifying statement I need to make. Notice I said that there is not one thing in the universe that cannot be explained, because there is something else which was there before the universe. And it is the only thing that literally can't be explained. Consciousness. Everything else can be explained. So all this crap about your inner masculine and feminine, what the hell even is that? Now, I understand that the mind is duality, and so maybe there's something to that, and they are just attaching labels to something that is actually real, because it just so happens that the mind is duality. Yes, that is true. I even once had a psychologist call the mind duality, right? Here, let me come back to this. So spiritualism versus science. We're all kind of talking about the same thing, right? So here it is in Spanish. Here it is in English, right? The mind and the universe work on duality. Hot, cold, left, right, up, down, past, future, good, bad, more, less, greater, lesser, right? Masculine, feminine, right? I get it. I get why there's people that talk about like balancing your inner feminine and masculine or whatever, right? I get it. But is it actually like gender? Is it actually like biological sex? You have a masculine and a feminine energy within you. Do you? Do you? Because science has gotten so good at explaining shit like this nowadays, guys. I bet you we could find out if that's actually true or not. I'm just saying. And then come to find out, with simultaneous incarnations, what people call twin flames, it's actually this. It's energy. It's not gender at all. It's not that you are a feminine, it's that you are the push twin. You have more energy than the so-called masculine. Right? It's not gender. But I said one day, where did the gender labels come from? If it's just energy, where did those gender labels come from? Well, I think it's kind of obvious where they came from, actually. Watch this. So back to my YouTube channel. So this is like the back office of my YouTube channel. I'm going to switch this actually to a custom date setting. We're going to go for the first 2 years, maybe just the first 2 years, 2018 to 2020. Look at this, guys. You'll think this is interesting. I want audience. That's what I want. Look at this. Female, 87.6% of my viewers for the first 2 years were female. 12.5% were male. Isn't that interesting? Now, why is that? I don't know, guys. This is one of the last things that I haven't figured out yet about twin flames. What I do know is that almost 90% of people who really met a twin flame are women. So I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that's where the gender labels came from. That's why the so-called chaser is called feminine, because it's 9 out of 10 times it is an actual woman. Now, get this. Again, I have filtered for the first 2 years of the existence of my YouTube channel. This was right around the time where the whole new age pop culture fake version of twin flames was starting to pick up some steam and starting to take over, right? So I got in right at the beginning of that bullshit, right? Okay, well, what happened 6 years later? Well, I'm going to go back and filter for the entire lifetime of my channel. Let's take a look. It has shifted radically. Wow. Now it's 80-20, basically. Look at that. 21% male viewers. It was 12%. Now it's 21%. That's almost double. You know what that tells me? Half of the men on my YouTube channel have not met their twin flame. Half of the men that are on my YouTube channel have not met their twin flame. It's just the pop culture craze. It's the fad culture that's taken over here, you guys. Twin flames is real, but you guys, I'm telling you, the mythology and the confusion in this online space has gotten so bad. And every time I turn around, I think, can this get any worse? Right? And all the myths that come and go year over year. I've seen them all. I've seen them all. I see people arguing about how they think their twin flame is an avoidant. And I'm going, either it's not your twin flame or you're just buying into a myth. The whole avoidant thing, it was nowhere to be found in the entire twin flame online space 8 years ago when I started. That came around like this year, guys. The avoidant thing is brand new. And everybody's acting like that is absolutely the answer. Really? So what the hell did we do 8 years ago? I was helping people to be together with their twin flame. What did I ever do without the whole bit about the avoidant thing, right? What did we ever do without that? I'll tell you what we did about it. It's not that. It's not that. I've seen this stuff come and go, guys. The avoidant thing, that's gonna come and go too, just like all the other myths. They keep coming and going. Why do they come and go? Because they're not true, guys. They are myths. First, it was my twin flame is a narcissist. And then it was they need to heal their inner child. And then it was they're an avoidant. And then it was the Sophia consciousness thing. And the next thing coming up is going to be the Carl Jung conscious subconscious thing. Mark my words. That's going to be the next thing. I should play this video for you, actually. I'm going to. And then I'll get back to super chats and questions. But you guys, you got to see this. Let's see. Is it this one? Hold on. Nope, that's probably not it. Let's see. Or is it the Sophia consciousness? I don't know. Oh, that was June. Hold on. One moment, please. I'm going to go all the way back. I know what day I posted it. I'm going to find it. I am going to find it. Here, you can go on the search journey with me. Yeah, I don't care. YouTube, go away. We're going to do like Huey Lewis. We're going to go back in time. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Gonna go back in time. Here it is. Oh, the nervous system. That's what it was. You notice how, guys, in almost every conversation that you are having nowadays, everybody is talking about their nervous system. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? Did you guys notice that? Here we go. The twin flame nervous system. So something that we might start seeing in the twin flame community at some point in the next year or two is stuff about the nervous system. And I'm going to use this video as a reference if that does happen. Another thing, well, I'll make a separate video for that. But here's the thing, guys. I've been coaching twin flames for almost 8 years. I'm the so-called feminine. She's the so-called masculine, right? I was chasing her. I went through all the things, guys, all the dark night of the soul shit and all that, man. And then all the weird metaphysical stuff. And now we're good. Now we're good. And it's been almost 8 years that I've been coaching twin flames. I've coached over 8,000 people. And I've seen so much of this kind of stuff come and go, guys. So right now they're an avoidant. And a couple of years ago, it was they're a narcissist. And a couple of years before that, it was the wounded masculine. And so in a couple of years, it's going to be the next thing. It's going to be the nervous system thing. And I'm over here going, guys, it's still this. And that's good news because all that other stuff, like let's say they're an avoidant. Can you do anything about it? Really, what are you going to do? Kidnap them and tie them to a chair and brainwash them with MK Ultra brainwashing techniques, like make them stop being an avoidant? No, you can't do anything about that stuff. You can't make them stop doing that. But the one thing you can do is get rid of this, guys. You and your twin flame are one being, okay? You are your twin flame. There's not actually two of you. That's the illusion of this 3D reality we live in. Okay, you are a closed energy system with your twin flame. This is the twin flame push pull. And I'm sure you've heard of that. Yeah, well, that's what it always has been. It always will be, right? It's a mechanics reason, guys. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Greater energy pushes onto lesser energy. And to shut this down, you go beyond the mind and align with your soul, and it eliminates this. And they just want to be around you, guys. They follow you around like a little lost puppy dog.
Yep.
And all that stuff that you interpreted as toxicity or avoidance or whatever, that shit's gone. And this only works for you. You are their divine feminine. Okay? They're going to treat everybody else how they're going to treat everybody else. Now, you're not.
So notice this video I posted on January 15th, and here it is. I got people in the chat right now going, yeah, I did notice that. Everybody's talking about their nervous system. I told you 8 months ago. Here it is. I predicted it. Why? Because I see these trends, guys. You see trends on the internet. And as soon as I see a trend, I go, that's going to end up in the twin flame niche in 6 months. Mark my words. It's going to end up right there. And it did. It did. It totally did, guys. So these are all myths. That's what this is all about, right? That's what that's all about, guys. These things, they come and go. They come and go, guys. But there is a truth. There is a truth. All right, let's get back to some questions here. We had another super chat from Erica. What's up? Erica, she said, I'm interested to hear you talk about, to hear you talk more about how this forced spiritual awakening affects career and work. I've struggled with that alongside everything with my twin flame himself. Do most have career changes? Yes. That happens a lot. Not to everybody, but it happens to most. Yes, it does. As a matter of fact, this right here, I should download this. You guys, you give me a second here. I'm going to put this into Chat GPT. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat a little bit because it's long and I don't have time to read the whole thing. But what I can do is have Chat GPT actually give me a summary. So give me just a second. You might think this is interesting. I know it's in here. I'm almost certain it's in this research paper. Here, hold on. Life changes happen to subjects that they have studied. So I'm asking ChatGPT to just give me a summary. I said, can you look in here in this research paper? I said, can you look in here and tell me what kind of positive life changes, if any, happen to subjects that they have studied? So we'll see what ChatGPT says. It's just quicker to do it this way. It says, yes, in fact, this paper is much stronger on that point than I expected. The authors aren't simply saying that people report mystical experiences. They're specifically examining whether those experiences are associated with lasting improvements in well-being and life functioning. Here are the major positive life changes that they report. Lasting personality changes. Participants commonly reported becoming more empathetic, more compassionate, more grateful, more open-minded, more trusting, more altruistic, more authentic, more creative, more aware, more driven by purpose and meaning, more devoted to love-based values, less materialistic. The paper also says many people experienced a sense of being reborn, liberation from previous beliefs and attitudes, a stronger desire to serve humanity. These changes were often described as long lasting or permanent. Number two, major life direction changes. The researchers note that awakenings frequently resulted in changes to relationships, careers, religious beliefs, philosophical worldview. In other words, many people reorganized their lives around the experience. Number three, better psychological health. The paper summarizes previous research showing associations with lower depression, less anxiety, more optimism, greater resilience, greater peace, better coping with stressful life events. It even cites studies showing reduced self deletion risk after awakening experiences. There's also improvements in addiction, increased positive daily behaviors, and they overwhelmingly viewed the experience positively. A better overall way of living. Let's see. I'm going to ask him, speak more to career changes, please. Let's see what ChatGPT says. It says the paper doesn't qualify which careers people switched into, but it does make a very interesting claim. It says that one of the common long-term consequences of a spontaneous spiritual awakening is radical changes in career paths. The authors group career changes alongside major changes in relationships, religion, and philosophy, implying that work is one of the core domains people often recognize after an awakening. What's particularly interesting is why they think this happens. Earlier in the paper, they describe awakening as involving profound changes such as a stronger sense of purpose and meaning, increased authenticity, greater integrity, greater compassion, a desire for selfless service, feeling reborn, liberation from previous beliefs and attitudes, rejection of overly materialistic lifestyles. They then state that these deep shifts may lead to radical changes in career paths. In other words, the career change isn't presented as a random event. It's presented almost like this: identity changes, value change, purpose changes, career changes. That actually fits very well with what many people informally report after major awakening experiences. They often say things like, I couldn't keep doing corporate sales anymore. I left law and became a therapist. I quit chasing money and started teaching. I realized my work had no meaning. Interesting. Another point I found noteworthy is that the paper repeatedly emphasizes that awakenings tend to move people from a fragmented sense of purpose towards loving engagement with life. It describes these experiences as deeply healing and associated with a stronger sense of meaning. How about that? The authors don't claim the awakening caused those changes with experimental certainty, but they do report that these transformative experiences are commonly associated with lasting changes in purpose, worldview, relationships, and career direction. So, Erica, if you are still with us, maybe that will give you some kind of an insight or answer to your question. Erica, your follow-up comment here, you said, I feel like we live in a society where we identify as I am a teacher, I am an accountant, and so on. And this awakening has affected how I related to my career. You are a professional dancer. Yeah, well, touche. That is exactly what we just talked about. And that is exactly how I felt about it. I can't, like, who I am as a person and what I am doing career wise, I don't really see those things as separate. I couldn't possibly do it any other way. And if you talk to the students in my paid coaching system, they're going to say the same kinds of things. It's exactly the same. So whatever it is that you are doing, probably to you, Erica, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that it has become more of an art form to you at minimum. There has to be some kind of a meaning behind it. You can't just be a fucking worker bee at a corporate job, and I can't do that. I absolutely cannot, Erica. And there you go. Even scientific research that has been done into the topic of a spontaneous spiritual awakening, yeah, they're going to point you at that. This is a thing. There does seem to be a high instance of people that are having that experience. It has to be. Because to be a worker bee is to be part of the excess. And guys, I got to tell you, this doesn't mean that the people who are doing those jobs are less. It's not that they are less than you or I. You could, there's actually, here, let me show you guys something. Because what would we ever do without people that work at those types of jobs, like somebody that works at a bank or is an accountant or is a police officer or a doctor or a teacher or a truck driver? Guys, society would fall apart at the seams. We need those people. We need the 80%. So there's this principle called the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, which states that roughly 80% of outcomes come from 20% of causes. So the 20%ers are the movers and shakers in society who give meaning to society and create systems. And then the 80% are the people who are doing the jobs like driving trucks and working as a cashier at the grocery store. We fucking need those people. We need farmers. Society. How could you have society? There would be no food on the fucking shelves. The lights would not turn on at your house. And we're very grateful to those people for playing that role in our society. But it just doesn't sit right with people like us now, does it, Erica? Continuing, Erica is saying, I'm questioning why I do what I do, and if I'm still over with that. Yeah, it could be. I mean, maybe it's or okay with that, right? Maybe if you're just doing what you're doing, Erica, to just pay the bills, maybe that's not enough for you. And it might not be. You guys, I worked at a bank. In downtown Denver. And I was good at it. I was good at what I did. And every job I've ever had, it's always been like this, where like I start working and like right away it's accolades, promotions. They put me in charge of training. It's always been like that. Every job I've ever gotten, I don't know. I'm grateful, and I'm humbled, but it still wasn't fulfilling. Like being a loan assistant, like helping a banker to approve loans. I mean, I think, in society, we need people to fill those roles, but I just can't do it, dude. Yeah, right. Erica, you too, you got the spark. You got the spark. And there's another thing, like even people like us, people on this spiritual journey, you could even break those down into categories. You guys, The universe is infinitely intelligent. You could think of like nature as this well-oiled machine. There's no chaos. There's no chaos. There's a purpose for everything. Even people that look like they don't have a purpose, they do. They do. Even, somebody who feels lost and is always searching for what their purpose is, they are exactly where they are supposed to be. There is a need for that, believe it or not, in society. So even people on an awakening path, you could break that category, the 20%, into other groups, because how many twin flame coaches does the world really need? For example, I got here because I got the spark, and I don't know, I was like set up for this, I feel like sometimes. So yeah, Erica, it's something to think about. It's a thing. You will, when you go through this awakening process, you just don't feel like being part of the excess anymore. You really do. You really don't. You want to do something extraordinary. It's extremely common. And some people that go through this awakening, they don't feel that way. It's not everybody, but it is a higher number. I believe it is a higher number. So thank you for that question. By the way, Erica, that was a good question. It's a very good question. It's a very important question because it's the 3D stuff. It's the 3D stuff that is the effect of the awakening. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for hopping on here today. Blossom Blue, I hope you're still with us. Let me know in the chat if you're still here, because you're on deck, my friend. Blossom Blue asks, thank you, Kurt, for your teachings. The day I started listening to you, I never went back to any other twin flame coach. They don't resonate with me. Oh, well, you're welcome. I guess you just kind of wanted to chip in a little donation to the donation hat. I appreciate that very much. And I'm glad that you're here, man. I really do. I want to set people free. This came up on my manifesting call today. I've got a manifesting program too, guys. And it is remarkable to me, like how unwilling people are to accept that they are absolutely free and there's nothing restricting them. And we were talking about how even in the spiritual world, they have taken spirituality and turned it on its head and have turned it into another religion, basically. So, for example, you'll always hear spiritual people in quotation marks, right? You'll always hear them say things like, well, I guess I'm stuck here in this situation because God has some kind of a lesson for me. Or they're looking for meaning behind some setback in their life. What does it mean? And both of those things right off the bat is coming from this place of belief that there's a higher power that wants you to do things a certain way, while at the same time holding the belief that they are part of the all. So that word God is a difficult word to use, first of all, because there has been so much dogma attached to that word over the years, over and over and over again, by religions and all kinds of different organizations attaching dogmatic belief system to it, and none of it was ever true. So the word God can be a real turnoff to a lot of people. I like the word that Hermes Trismegistus used. He called it the all. And you know what's interesting? Before I was ever introduced to Hermetic philosophy, I decided to start calling it the all. And it was like a week and a half later, his book found me. The now infamous book written by the three initiates, very mysterious. So interesting timing there. But I digress. If you think about how the all, or God, right? The creator, if you will, whatever you want to call it, we all here in this community, it's very well understood that it's, how do you define that? What is that? Well, it's everything inside, outside the universe, right? What is quote unquote God? What is the divine? The that thing that often is called God, right? It is everything inside, outside the universe, right? And in the spiritual community, we do it all the time. We call it the universe, right? But then right away, a different belief is held, which puts you as somebody who is separate from the universe, even though you are in the universe and you are literally made out of the stuff of the universe. And you definitely understand that quote unquote God is everything in the universe. And here you are in the universe, made out of the stuff of the universe. You're it. You are that. You're not separate from that. And at the same time, holding the belief that this higher power or God expects you to do things a certain way, right? Think about that for a second. I've got these lessons I've got to learn. Who is teaching them to you? Who would require them? Who would require you to believe them? And then the answer from a so-called spiritual person is usually going to be, oh, well, it's the universe. Dude, you are that. The universe isn't judging itself. The universe isn't looking at any part of itself and saying, this part over here needs to change. The universe already is everything in the universe. Whatever you are doing is what the universe is doing. Don't you see? There is no lessons for you to learn, guys. It's not the universe is trying to tell you something. You're the cause for all of it. You are reality. You can't mess this up. The only question for you to be asking is what I'm doing, does what I'm doing serve me? Does what I'm doing serve me? You are absolutely free, you guys. And that's what I'm all about on this YouTube channel, you guys. Release all that fucking bullshit dogma. Release all of it. You're a creator. You're powerful. And that is exactly what meeting your twin flame is supposed to show you. Your true nature. By the way, something else we talked about on my manifesting call today was like that really is the only kind of like next logical thing that you could be doing. Like after the awakening, what else is there? I don't know, go create a life that you don't need to escape from. Because, you know, most people working in the matrix at a matrix kind of job, it's like they get a couple of weeks of vacation every year so that they can escape. Well, how about creating a life that you don't need to escape from, you know? And it could bring value to others too. I'm doing something I love. I help people and I love it. I love what I do. And it's mutually beneficial. You know? Jesus. I'm taking a very different look at Jesus, you know? Jesus is one of the most, if not the most, widely misunderstood spiritual teachers of all time. This book is available in every language, by the way, English, Spanish, whatever. Jesus Christ, Zen Master, the top 116 sayings of an enlightened Jesus. He was saying the same things all of the other spiritual masters have been saying for years, such as the Buddha, or Paramahansa Yogananda, or Krishnamurti, or Ramana Maharshi. Same teachings, guys. Same things. And Jesus, however, he did express those teachings, like the basics of spiritualism and being and your true nature beyond this physical realm. He talked about that a lot. But you know what he talked about even more? Manifesting. That's what he was all about. When I think of Jesus now, I think about like Neville Goddard on steroids, right? Because look at the things that he did. He healed the sick. He raised the dead. He created he created wine from water. You know what I mean? He was a manifester, you guys. He was a master manifester, and he talked about it all the time. And he kept telling people, These things and more shall you also do. You are also a master. I'm not special. And then religion came along and screwed it up, turned it into something else, right? He spent his whole life trying to tell people, where is it? Let me find that. I know I have it. I have an internet meme. I've got to find it. You guys, you're going to think this is so damn funny. Is it in here? It's got to be in here. Oh, come on. Where is it? Is it in this one? I know it's in my video course. I just don't remember which video. I wonder if I could find it on Google. Come on, Google. Well, that's similar. I don't know. I can't find it, but it was something along the lines of like, you know, he came to earth to show people that you are the same thing that he is and not to make a religion out of him. And they did it anyway. Right? I wish I could find it. Oh, it's so damn funny. Oh, Google, you're not working today, dude. That is terrible. Is it in my Facebook group? Maybe it's in there. I don't know. I might have posted it recently, actually. Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it, but I think you guys get the point. Well, anyway, he was a manifester, you guys. He was a manifester. And here, why not? I'll just show these ones to you. The one that I saw, it had this picture. This one right here. And it started with, on the top it said something like, when you go to earth and try to tell people that they are just as powerful as you are and not to idolize you. And then at the bottom it said, but they idolize you and make a religion out of you anyway. Right? That's what the meme said. And this is the thing, guys, that he is so misunderstood. And the Christian people here in America, yeah, they definitely botched that one. It's like nobody even knows what his teachings were anymore. You know, it's too bad. But we do. We know. I guess it's fine. At least some of us get it. Right? You are powerful, guys, and you are free. You are absolutely free. You are absolutely free. Well, let's get back to some questions about your twin flame. Again, I got super chats turned on. If you give me a super chat, I'll go right to your question as soon as I'm done with whatever thought I'm talking about. I'll wrap that up and then go right to you. You will get moved right to the front of the line. Right to the front of the line. In the meantime, here's a freebie from Arletta, let me know in the chat if you're still watching. I'm assuming you are, because that was only 5 minutes ago that you left your question. Arletta, that's a cool name, by the way. I like that. She said, for months, I felt an intense connection and couldn't stop thinking about this person. It was obsessive, thinking beyond any control. It was obsessive thinking beyond any control. Now, from 3 weekends, I feel nothing at all. What happened? Well, it could be too soon to tell, maybe not, but I'm going to need some more information from you, Arletta. I'm going to need some more information from you. So I hope you are still in the chat. Let me know if you are still in the chat so that I can ask you some questions. But here is how you could tell what's going on and if this person is really your twin flame and so on, right? Sorcha, thank you for your super chat. You're very kind. I appreciate that. So Arletta, if they are your twin flame, what happened is the dark night of the soul is over. Right? I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that you don't want to suffer and be obsessing over this person. Right? Like I don't know, like you're asking what happened. I think, hold on. Maybe what you're saying is you don't feel the connection anymore. Maybe that's what it is. Let's talk about this word connection, you guys, because you can have a connection with somebody and maybe it's your twin flame and maybe it's not, but there's other things that could be going on, guys. And Arletta, I'm not saying that this is what is happening. I am not saying that you have obsessive love disorder or that you are needlessly obsessed with somebody. By the way, this is also available in Spanish. If you're watching in Spanish, you're likely watching one of my video clips, and there is a link in the video description to both this obsessive love disorder article and then also this research paper about a spontaneous spiritual awakening. English, same thing. If you're watching a video clip or the live stream, there's a link to both the article about obsessive love disorder and the paper about spontaneous spiritual awakenings. But I mean, I don't know. There's no shame in having a rough patch in your life. It happens to the best of us. Arletta, perhaps you were just overcome with an intense limerence for somebody. Perhaps it was a twin flame. For me to really tell you if it was a twin flame or not, I would point you at this, which is the involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening, which would have happened after the suffering ended, which, going off of your question, the suffering has ended, right? I would want to know what happened after that, because after that, if you spontaneously, without having to do anything, began to experience Kundalini, psychic intuition, real psychic intuition, not the fake shit on the internet, psychic dreams, an increase of deja vu, out of body experiences, heart chakra opening, non-dual merging, which is that sense of oneness that we talked about earlier. Perhaps an increase of ear ringing, satori, and then all kinds of weird paranormal experiences, like a massive amount of repeating number patterns, strange synchronistic events that seem to be coordinated by a higher power, a desire to commune with God and nature, positive life changes. The eyes also, how the eyes look the same, right? Arletta, you are still here. Very good. So I would be looking for those things, and especially the weird metaphysical shit like out of body experiences, Kundalini, psychic visions, which come true and they come through your heart. So for us to have a meaningful conversation here, I would want to establish first if it's your twin flame or if it's just, maybe a rough patch in your life. And again, I'm not suggesting that this is what happened to you or not, but it happens to some people. There's a reason that I put this in the description of every single one of my videos, because you guys, it can happen. It happens to the best of us. There's no shame in that. But, it could have just been that. I would want to see evidence that there is the forced, involuntary, spontaneous spiritual awakening that took place after all the obsessive thinking and the suffering and stuff like that. Because why there is no longer a connection with him, why that is now gone, which was your original question. You said, I don't feel anything now. It all went away. Why? What happened, right? That was basically your question originally. You said, now for 3 weeks, I don't feel anything. What happened? Well, there could be two answers. I would give you one answer if it's your twin flame and another answer if it's not your twin flame. So I would want to know if you have had any over-the-top, weird, metaphysical and or paranormal experiences after the obsessive thinking went away in order for me to continue. Because again, if it's not a twin flame and it was just, limerence or like a short bout of like an obsession with somebody, like limerence or something like that. Well, what happened is body chemicals. You guys, people, and this isn't unique to twin flames or the spiritual world at all. This is something a lot of people do generally in society, which is to come up with all these cute little catchphrases that seem to get your attention and give you this idea, therefore, that things work a certain way. Like, for example, statements like, we had a connection. I felt an intense connection. Did you? Did you? Because the minute you say that, immediately spiritual people, they go, yes, we're connected at the chakras. How do you know that? Because I was in love with this person and they reciprocated and everything was great. And it was awesome. And we had a good time together. We had a connection. We are connected. Are you? Is there an inherent, like fundamental, inherent connection? Is that going on? Are you connected? Is it part of infrastructure? Is there a connection for really real? You sure about that? Right? Because with your twin flame, there's a connection, all right. And we can demonstrate it even in a laboratory setting now, you guys. You could do it. It's just the connection that you have with a twin flame is what pushes them away. You and your twin flame are a closed energy system. There's no feminine and masculine. Those are just labels. What's really going on is energy. If you are the so-called feminine or chaser twin, you have more energy. And your so-called masculine or runner twin, they have less, which is what makes them run, by the way. And it's not magnetism. So some people, they see the little plus minus and they go, well, that doesn't make any sense, Kurt, because if it was two magnets, they would be attracted to each other. No, I'm not talking about magnetism. I am talking about entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics. In all closed energy systems, energy flows from greater to lesser. So a better example would be like a weather system, right? Or something like that. Or heat, right? It's entropy, guys. Well, anyway, this is why your twin flame runs. And yes, there is actually a connection because you are the same soul. You are simultaneous incarnations of the same soul. It's just reincarnation. Your twin flame is one of your past lives. And I'm not talking about the past in time. I mean in your past. Time is relative. You, in the first person, seem to experience time, and this is pretty much what Albert Einstein even said. But it's true that from higher planes, there is no time. So reincarnation is a time machine. You can go back to the 1960s or the 1970s and reincarnate there in your next life if you want. But it will be your next life from your perspective. Yes, it will be a future time from your first person perspective. However, actual time, when you go back up to a higher plane where there is no time, you can hop all around in time. And then in your quote unquote next life, be born into the 1970s. And that is true. That is true. That is even what conventional physics says about time. There is no time from higher planes. That's what a physicist is going to tell you. And where do you go when you do the thing that we call die? A higher plane. So if you can go back to the 1960s or the 1970s or the 1980s or whatever and reincarnate there again and again and again, there could be 20 of you walking around out here. And you met one. And what happens every time you reincarnate? And this, again, this is a very widely accepted concept, which is that, wait, where did it go? There we go. Okay. This is a very widely accepted concept that the more times you reincarnate, you are increasing in consciousness. You are evolving, right? The more times you reincarnate, you are increasing in consciousness. You are evolving. So that accounts for where the energy comes from. That's why you are the push twin. And this was here long before, again, the pop culture fad appropriated twin flames, stole it, and turned it into something that is completely not what the original twin flame phenomenon was all about in the first place. But the push-pull was very well understood when I first started 8 years ago, guys. And now, almost 100% of the people online who say they met a twin flame, no, they didn't. It's complete. It's just, it's a free-for-all. And I'm up here, I feel like I'm cleaning up an entire field that has become so intellectually undisciplined that nobody even knows what the fuck we're talking about. You know what I mean? So it could be that, Arletta, too. You could be getting caught up in the new age dragnet of people who, it's just everybody wants to say that they are a twin flame now. Do you guys notice that? Any of you watching? You notice that? Everybody wants to be one of the cool kids, and it becomes an identity to people. And then anything can be a twin flame now. So there's no objective truth to what that is. Why do we even have the term twin flame? Again, I've talked about this before. Why do we have words? Why have a word? Why have a word at all? Words are invented to describe existing phenomenon. And now when you have to argue with people about whether or not their so-called divine masculine is going to awaken on Facebook, they insist that a twin flame is anything you want it to be, or a spiritual awakening is anything you want it to be. They're just going to start playing semantics with you. They go, I think a twin flame can be anything you want. Well, then why in the fuck do we even have the term twin flame in the first place? If it can be anything you want, if it could be like a soulmate, why do we need that? Why not just call it a soulmate? Because that's what it was in the first place. You know what I mean? Guys, words mean things. Words are created to describe existing phenomena, not the other way around. You don't create a word and then decide what it means. That's not how that works. And the New Agers, they're always going to do that. It's always going to be semantics. It's always going to be wokey shit. Like, oh, if you believe it's true, then it is. No. But that's the thing here that I'm always trying to get you guys to realize. Like, I don't even care what we call it. Instead of twin flames, we could call it a twin. You guys are twin ham sandwiches. You guys are twin ham sandwiches, okay? The rest of you guys on the internet, the 98% of people who say they are a twin flame, but they are not, you want to have the term twin flame all to yourself? Keep it. You can have it. I don't give a shit. I care about the thing. I'm talking about the thing, which is two people who are the same soul, and you can prove it. You can prove that they are the same soul. Again, there's the detaching test. There's that video that I was showing you guys. If you want to go check it out. If you go to my English YouTube channel, Spanish speakers, sorry, I don't have it yet. Maybe I need to do that. But if you go to the true, and although Spanish speakers, you should be able to watch it though still. If you go to my English YouTube channel and go to the True Twin Flame Teachings playlist, scroll all the way to the very, very bottom of the True Twin Flame Teachings playlist and go to this video called you'll see it. I know you can't read English, but it says the world's most accurate twin flame test. You can see this man and this woman. They're like purple and pink. Just go find this. Go look for this picture. It's the very last video. Go to that video, click this little gear, and you can change the audio to play for you in Spanish. So you can listen, and then obviously English speakers, all you got to do is just go to the video. But if you do that twin flame test, and if you do it and you do it for really real and they come back within the time that I described, they're your twin flame, guys. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can prove these things scientifically. You can prove them scientifically now, guys. If you do a test and you're acting as the cause and you get a result, that's a test. That's a science experiment. There's a cause and there's an effect. And then we can even have control groups where there's people who we know didn't have an awakening and they're not going to get any kind of a result. There are ways to test these things, guys. Yeah, here's somebody else in the comments. Kelsey Smith, I bought your course almost a month ago. I haven't gotten through it yet. And he's already pulling on my energy so bad. I've seen him 4 days in a row in town after months. Exactly. That's exactly what I was just talking about. Kelsey, I know what you're doing, right? I designed the program. You let go of the myths, you did the detox, and you're starting the process of soul alignment, and you're immediately already starting to see him around town. That's the detaching test. That tells me that he's your twin flame for sure, right? But again, a lot of people in the world, they attach meaning. They come up with these little clever catchphrases like, we had a connection, right? Did you? Because if it's not your twin flame, it's just some other person. There's no connection. I mean, maybe like mother and child, you could call it a connection, but that's just information moving from one person to the other. And yeah, you could call that a connection, but most of the time when people say we had a connection, they're talking about some hot monkey sex they had, or they had like 2 months where everything was super romantic and it was reciprocated between both people, and they call it a connection or something, right? Is it though? Is it really a connection? And anyway, you guys, spiritual people are really good at forgetting that ordinary life still exists, guys. Conventional life still exists. It does. There's something that your body produces called dopamine and oxytocin. When you see somebody that's real fucking good looking and they are actually romantically interested in you and you go on a couple of dates, you're going to find out what dopamine does, aren't you? The normal, ordinary things still exist, guys. Not everything is some big spiritual thing. I have a term for that we use in my coaching program. We call it spiritual hyperbole syndrome, which I mean is actually kind of made up. There's no such thing as spiritual hyperbole syndrome, but it's where like every little minute thing that happens in a person's life has got to have some spiritual meaning. Like you drop a jar of mayonnaise on the floor, which is a pretty bad fucking mess, you know, because mayonnaise is oily and it's thick and it makes a big fucking mess. And there's like when you spill stuff, you know how it's not just the blob in the local area of the jar, right? There's also like splatter on the refrigerator and the cupboards around. It like launches little bits of mayonnaise and it makes a big goddamn fucking mess and it's all greasy and you got to clean it up with like a broom or you got to like scoop it. God, that would suck. Dropping a fucking jar of mayonnaise on the floor, right? And you look at that like a spiritual person, like your typical spiritual person, something like that would happen, which it's not like a big life-changing event, but it's really goddamn inconvenient, isn't it? Right? This is my whole point. Something like that happens, and instantly their brain starts going, what does it mean? It means I need to be more careful. You know what I mean? Like instantly something, it's not like just dropping a coffee bean on the floor. Like you're grinding up your coffee in the morning and one whole coffee bean, you know, you go pick it up and throw it in the trash, right? No, it's kind of an inconvenient thing, right? That's why I'm using that as an example because it is actually kind of a pain in the ass. And a spiritual person could be asking themselves, what does it mean? I broke my foot. Well, technically it was my leg, but it was in the area, it was in the vicinity of my ankle. Here, I'm going to get you guys some pictures. It was in the vicinity of my ankle. And but it was technically, it was the very bottom of my tibia, right? So it was technically my leg, but it was so low on the leg itself. Here, can I just send it like that? There we go. That it might as well just, we might as well just call it the ankle, right? Okay. And I told like my students in my coaching program that I broke my leg and here's a picture, you know, and everything. And immediately, like 15 of them, they get into the comments of the post and they go, Kurt, it means you need to slow down. Or Kurt, it means this. Kurt, it means that. And by the time everybody was done telling me what they thought it meant, there had to be 10 different ideas about what it meant. So right off the bat, it can't be all 10, can it? How could it be all 10? And how do you know which one it is? Right? Here you go. So I had to get surgery. And now I got 2 screws and 3 plates. So the very bottom of my tibia, there was like on the original x-ray, or actually it was a CAT scan, you could see like a big crack. It went all the way through, you guys. And I wonder if I could get a picture of that. Yeah, I got a picture. Here, I'll show you this one too. But it was like like immediately people got into the chat and that was the first thing they did. It means this. It means that, right? And I made a video responding to them and I said, "You guys, I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I know you're sincere and you're just trying to offer some kind of compassion and you're trying to be helpful. And I love that, but it doesn't mean anything, you guys. It doesn't mean anything. And look at how there were 10 different ideas about what it means coming from the group, everything, every little thing that people could do that you could do in your life it doesn't mean anything, right? They always want, oh shit, that's not what I wanted. Fuck. Oh shit. Ah! Oh no. That's not what I wanted to do. Son of a bitch. I was just trying to delete a comment and I accidentally banned somebody. Hold on. I got to fix this really quick. Son of a bitch. Dude, computers sometimes, I'm telling you, they do the darndest things. I can't undo it from here. That sucks. Hold on. I'll find him. The computer did that thing where you click a pop-up window and what you want is to click something and you try to go click it. And right when you click it, the window menu that you selected, it moves up and then you click the wrong thing. That ever happened to you? God damn it. I hate it when computers do that. Is that within StreamYard? Hold on. Oh, man. I just accidentally banned Sabina. Yeah, Sabina. I didn't mean to ban you. Sorry. I didn't mean to ban you. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm going to have to figure out how to undo that. God damn it. I don't know. And I can't find it. Wait, permissions? Is it permissions? Channel? Permissions? No. Community moderation? User management. I bet it's in here. Aha. Hidden users. Okay. It's got to be in here. Sabina. Oh my God. Is this not in alphabetical order? It's not in alphabetical order. That makes me so mad. YouTube, you need to do better. You need to make this searchable. That's terrible. Am I going to find it? There's a lot of them. There's a lot of not twin flames out there. I don't know. Well, I might have to do it later. That just bugs the shit out of me when computers do that, man. That makes me so mad when computers do that. And they do it all the time. Well, Sabina, if you're watching, I'll fix it. I'll try to figure out how to fix it. I don't know how I'm going to fix it. I'll find you and unblock you. I really just wanted to delete your comment because somebody was going, Kurt is an AI robot, and I think they were just joking around. And she got triggered by that, I guess. But yeah. Gosh darn it. That is just going to bug the shit out of me. You know, when something happens or like you're trying to remember a song and you're like, I'm not going to stop until I can remember the name of that song. God damn it. I'm going to give this one more look through real quick. I'm literally looking through this list of people. YouTube, I wish they would put this alphabetical. Well, Sabina, I guess you're just going to have to wait until the next live stream, but lesson learned. Don't be mean to other people in the chat. I was going to delete your comment, and then the stupid menu window moved, and I accidentally blocked you. I was just going to delete your comment because it was mean. Don't be mean. You got to do something really bad to get blocked. That's why I'm trying to find her so I can unblock her. And what she did really wasn't that bad, but still not good. Yeah, I don't know, Sabina. Be nice. I'll try to get you unblocked. Anyway, let's get back to the live stream. So, yeah, I am an AI robot now, right? I am an AI robot. I have metal parts. I do. Let's see what other comments or questions you guys have. Sabina V623. There's got to be a way I can look her up on YouTube or something. That is going to drive me crazy. Can I do it like this? Let's see. Not that. Channels. Really? You can't find it? YouTube, you are just useless today. Just absolutely useless. Well, anyway, Sabina, I'll fix it. Sorry about that, but that's what you get. Don't be mean. Don't be mean in my chat. Okay. Oh, here's an interesting question. Where is it? Where did it go? Okay. Rebecca, where do angels and demons fit in here? And I don't know that it has anything to do per se with twin flames. Maybe, I guess if you're having a spiritual awakening, you might experience some of those things, but you know, there's a lot of mythology about what those things are and how that works. And there's also something to be said about there could be some kind of a force on Earth that is doing things to manipulate humans. You'll hear like David Icke talk about that. So let me give you an example. So the first time I ever started thinking about this, um, yeah, and I think I don't know. Are you talking? This person maybe is talking about the same thing, right? Are you talking about Bashar, modern monarch, or is there somebody that I've never heard of named Bashert? Because there's a person, I don't remember his name, Daryl Anka, I think, who claims to. Okay, so you're talking about Bashar. Yeah, this actually plays into that. So I don't know. Again, Bashar, I believe he's commented on twin flames before. How does he know? He's never met a twin flame. And again, people make stuff up about it. Oh, it is Bashert. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is. But back to Rebecca's question. You got Bashar and Cryon. Cryon is Lee Carroll. So Lee Carroll is the man who channels this being called Cryon. And Daryl Anka is the man who channels Bashar, right? And I've heard both Cryon and Bashar contradict each other on like mechanics, like how reincarnation works, right? Like nuts and bolts stuff, like how it works, right? How could you be contradicting yourself about how that works if you are both up there? Why aren't you both giving the same answer? If you're both up there and you're being channeled through these two men, why are you guys giving different descriptions for the mechanics of reincarnation? Radically different, which, by the way, neither of those explanations had any kind of anything to do with like physics or things that we know about, like how higher dimensional planes work. And one of the explanations actually ran counter to it. It was like all made up. And that was the first time I ever said, what's going on here? The game is afoot. Who are these beings that are being channeled through these men? You guys, you've got to watch out for the wolf in sheep's clothing. And the wolf in sheep's clothing, what makes them a wolf in sheep's clothing is the sheep's clothing. They show up and they sound beautiful and they're talking about wonderful things and they're trying to give a message of hope and be an inspiration. And they try to make you feel good and they try to be as nice as possible. But they have like this kind of secret agenda to pull you away from something. And it's always this. They're always pulling you away from your heart, from your own inner compass, from your very being, from your soul. They're trying to always get you to look outside for external things for your salvation. And it's always been here, right? And here's another thing that they're always doing. Like Cryon and Bashar, they're always giving you the impression that this big change is about to come and New Earth is just around the corner. Big Jesus is going to come down from the sky and change everything overnight. They're always giving you that impression, right? Get this. Watch this. So back in the 1970s and 80s, it was the exact same thing. There were all these channelers coming out, channeling beings, and they always had the same message. Stand down. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to work to make yourself better or to make the world a better place or to increase the consciousness of the planet. Stand down. We got this because the big change is coming. Here it comes. Everybody get ready, right? Always like this kind of talk. The big thing is going to come. Are you guys going to be ready? What does that even mean, to be ready for it? Right? But it was always that. It was always this big change is coming. You don't need to do anything. It's going to change on its own. The big change is coming. It's out there, it's external to you, and it's coming, and it's good. You're good. We got this. You don't need to worry about working to better yourself or change the world or any of that, right? So that was always the message. Again, this was in the 1970s and the 1980s. Now, by the 1990s, what happened? And I remember this because I was going through a voluntary spiritual awakening. It was voluntary. I just felt very drawn to spiritual topics. I did not have Kundalini, psychic visions. It wasn't a spontaneous, involuntary awakening. And it definitely was nowhere near as intense as the involuntary, spontaneous spiritual awakening. But I digress. So this was the 1990s, and I was paying attention to some of these topics, right? And the conversation at that time in the 1990s in the general spiritual community was, hey guys, these channelers that came out in the 1970s and the 1980s, I think we were duped because none of the predictions that they made ever came true. Nothing changed. They kept talking about it. Oh, Sabina's back. Thank God. Okay, well, very good. No fucking way. What is up with that? Look at this. I'm just having a synchronicity right now. Sabina, you are forgiven, my friend. I'm glad that you are back. I guess you just got put in timeout. But your comment is 333. And I have been seeing that fucking number around every day for the last week. I've been seeing that number around every day for the last week. 333. Sabina, what does it mean? Okay, anyway. Back to the question I was addressing. So that was the conversation in the 1990s around the topic of channelers that had been doing that in the 1970s and the 1980s. Always the message was, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to work on yourself. You don't need to try to talk to people or build communities or do any of that shit. The change is coming. You're good. You can stand down. And then by the 90s, it was, wait, I think we were told to stand down. I think we were duped by the wolf in sheep's clothing. You guys, you don't know who these beings are that are being channeled through people like Bashar and Cryon. Again, they directly contradicted each other. And I'm not bashing or attacking the men, Lee Carroll or Daryl Anka. What seems to be going on is Lee Carroll and Daryl Anka are actually channeling some being. But you guys, you don't know who these beings are on the other side. Earth is a weird place. And this is something, if you guys ever read any of David Icke's books, The Trap, you should read The Trap. It's a long fucking book. And be warned, first of all, that book is going to blow your fucking mind. You've never read anything like it. However, the first half of that book, The Trap, it's kind of boring. It's kind of boring. You're kind of like wondering, like, when is he going to get to the point? But it's all set up. He's like setting up the teaching that he's going to give you in the second half of the book. And when you get to the second half of the book, you're going to be like, oh, that's why he was talking about that shit, right? So Earth is a weird place, guys. And there appears to be some kind of presence on Earth that wants to manipulate you and trick you to get you to keep coming back down here and reincarnate infinitely, like you can never escape, like some kind of a prison planet or something like that. And these beings that are being channeled, they're always Number one, telling you to look out there, listen to these messages, right? Stay distracted with some teacher, and like it's like you got to live up to their standards or something like that. The last place they want you to look is right here, guys. That's the last fucking place they want you to look, your heart. Going within, experiencing yourself as your own inner divine essence, going to the source. Guys, you are source. You are a soul. You are consciousness. Right? This is the last place they want you to look. It's always looking out there for the big pie in the sky promise. Here it comes. The big change is coming. Get ready. And then it never comes. And this already happened 40 some odd years ago. And in the 90s, people were like, shit, wait, I think we were duped. History is repeating itself, you guys. There's all these beings that are being channeled and they are doing the exact same thing. And again, they contradict each other on nuts and bolts stuff, like how reincarnation works. Here's another thing. These life reviews. I just saw a podcast. I wonder if I could find it. I'm sure I could find it if I wanted to. There's a guy. It's called Truth Theory. Truth Theory podcast. Yeah, here he is. He was actually featured on somebody else's podcast. Let me see something here. Life review. Here, let me try looking it up in my history. You guys, I'll try to explain it to you too, but this guy, he's worth watching. He's here. Let me use a different web browser. Let's see. History. Okay. Life review. Is it going to pull it up? Oh yeah, they're going to try to co-opt they're going to try to co-opt disclosure too. Watch out for that. Truth Theory. God, I don't know if I'm going to find it, you guys. I should have said, oh, wait. Did I save it in here? Oh, God damn it. I didn't save it. Son of a bitch. I wonder if I have it on Facebook. Oh, of course. I know it's on Facebook. Hold on. I'm going to put the link for you guys. It's worth the watch, you guys. You're going to pee your pants. Speaking of which, I might have to take a bathroom break here. But it's essentially, so you guys have heard about this thing called life reviews, right? No, I did not erase the AI robot comment. Yes, it was a joke. But yeah, of course, the web browser is going to go all fucking slow now. Of course it is. You son of a bitch. Right when I'm trying to look up something. Yep. You motherfucker. These fucking computers. Oh, and you just delete it now. What is going on today? It's not Mercury retrograde. What the hell is going on here? Come on. Yes, that one. You fucking piece of shit computer. Okay. Yeah. What happens after death? Reincarnation traps, soul contracts, astral parasites. Right. Here it is. Here it is. The reincarnation trap. I found it. You fucking son of a bitch. This computer, you will not stop me. Okay. Here it is. Okay. The reincarnation trap. Here's the link in the chat. Yeah. And so basically, what this guy is talking about is when you die, and there's lots of people that have reported this, right? They have a near death experience, and you go back up there for a while, and you're given a life review, and you have to come back down. You always have to come back down. You're not given a choice. And even to the point where, like, even you could have been like totally saintly and you've never done anything wrong in your whole life. The life reviewer, they just find some random shit. Like one time you borrowed a pencil from your teacher when you were in grade school and you forgot to give it back to her. And so that was mean. So you got to go back again. Who are these beings? You go up there, and this is how the life reviews work. This happens to most people. You go back up there and you're met by these very angelic beings who, again, they make you feel like warmth and loving energy. They're able to manipulate your astral body when you're in this etherical state, right? And they feel loving and warm. That's the sheep disguise. They look angelic and they seem very nice, but look at what they're doing. They're making you come back down here. It's always you got to go back down. You never are given a choice, right? But Kurt, they were so nice to me. Yeah, so they were a nice asshole, okay? I actually had an old guy tell me that once when I was like, yeah, this manager of mine, I don't understand it because he acts like a really nice guy, but he does these fucked up things. And the old guy, he goes, yeah, so he's a nice asshole. Right? But these fucking life reviews, who the fuck are these people? Who the fuck are you to judge me and tell me I was bad and I did something wrong? And anyway, something that I did that was maybe kind of mean in my 20s, let's say. Well, maybe I did that because of trauma that I picked up when I was a kid. Well, guess what, guys? When I turned 39, I met my twin flame and I had a spiritual awakening. And I also worked through childhood shit too. Not to get her to come back. That was already done and gone by the time I started dealing with family stuff, right? Like I'm always telling you guys, like real healing comes after the spiritual awakening. Well, anyway, I did fix all that stuff. So I'm in this life review. You're telling me that I did something bad when I was 22 years old, but then I fixed it. And you're telling me I still have to go back? Who the fuck are these people? And again, once again, we just talked about this with the previous person's question. It's definitely understood by spiritual people that the whole universe is exactly that, the whole universe. You are the universe. You are literally made out of the stuff of the universe. You are the whole universe, God. You are part of its very body, part of its very existence. Why would the universe is not making you correct your behavior because you are the universe. So the universe is going to judge itself to be bad. Well, I like most of me, but this part of me over there, you're a piece of shit. Oh, wait, you are me. So I'm calling myself a piece of shit. Do you guys understand how completely illogical that is? That's why religion is so fucking illogical and life reviews are so fucking illogical. Or every single time you think to yourself, what is God trying to teach me? Wait a minute. God's not trying to teach me anything. This is the one thing people don't want to believe is that they are free. You are absolutely free. The only question for you to ask is, does this serve me or not? So when you are given a life review, who the fuck are these people giving you a life review? Is Earth like a contained prison matrix system, even on the metaphysical astral plane? Right? That's what David Icke's book is about. Again, his book is called The Trap. And it's about shit like this. Who the fuck are these beings giving you? Who the fuck are you to judge me? And that's not even what God would do. God is me. Right? And you can never leave. You have to reincarnate. You have to go back down. And then again, you've got these beings that are being channeled, and they're always doing two things. Number one, stand down. Don't do anything to improve yourself. Don't do anything to make the world a better place. Stand down. We got this. The big change is coming. And then it never comes. It never comes. Just like happened in the 1990s. Everybody realized, fuck, we were duped by all these channelers. And here we are. The New Agers are back at it again. And then number two, don't look here. Don't look here. This is the last place you should look. Don't trust your own inner compass. Use these ascended masters. Look to these angels. Be afraid of demons. Do energy clearings. Anything but align with your soul. Anything but that. Right? Funny how that's always the advice they're giving you. So that's what I think of angels and demons. Are there angels? Are there beings watching over you to protect you? Sure. That's entirely possible. Entirely possible. But yeah, I don't know, guys. The game is afoot. The jig is up. The jig is up. There's something to this. There's something to this spiritual matrix that we are living in. Here, I'll put the link in the comments again for you guys. The story of Earth is a very interesting one, you guys. By the way, you could also, if you guys are interested and you want to know more about topics like this one, I've got just the thing. I've got just the thing. Bet you didn't know I had this going on, did ya? Bet you didn't know I had this going on, did ya? That's right. I'm on this platform too. And I'm actually about to do a new video for it. Here is a link in the chat for you guys, if you want to go check that out, where I talk about all the naughty things that you're not supposed to talk about, where we are currently talking, right? Lots of naughty things over here that you're not supposed to talk about. Like, the people who think they run the planet, for example, and how they're going to co-opt the whole disclosure narrative. Watch out for that one. That movie from Steven Spielberg about disclosure is such a ruse. It's such a ruse. Don't listen to anything that's in that movie. That movie, the Steven Spielberg movie that just came out, yeah, it's BS, guys. It's definitely BS. Where's that other video that this guy did about that? Hold on a second. Is it on his YouTube channel? Hold on. Well, I cannot seem to find it. Well, anyway, I think you get the idea. Just go to my Rumble. Just go check it out. Yeah, how the banking system really works, why we have endless wars. Also, I debunk the claims that there's no evidence for extraterrestrials. The true history of Earth is fucking weird. Humans were put here. We were put here, you guys, by warring factions of beings who still seem to think that they run things. I think you'll find this project over here pretty damn interesting. So go check it out. Anyway, let's get back to the twin flame stuff. Before we do, I am going to take a break. Thank you, Rebecca, for your question. I could talk about that shit all day, guys. I'm telling you, the twin flame thing, if you're doing this right, the twin flame thing, yeah, you're welcome, Rebecca. Um, it's just your awakening to consciousness, and you're going to be more interested in this kind of stuff. These are either like alien demonic beings that appear as angels, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and they seem to be tied to like the world's elite kind of thing, the people that think they run the world and effectively do run the world. I mean, they control all the politicians, they basically pull all the strings, the banking cartel that does all that kind of stuff. And you know, the true nature of civilization out there in the cosmos, there are like good guys and bad guys, apparently. And Earth is at one point, it was like a battleground for who was going to control it. And humans were created as part of an armistice. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. You guys, Gaia TV has a shitload of information about the stuff I'm talking about. This isn't really that fringe anymore to be talking about this stuff. And yes, like the Earth appears to be some kind of a control grid, and we're being held here against our will by some weird beings. I know this sounds crazy as fuck. But go check this out. Go here and check this out, guys. Again, here's a link in the chat. Now, let's get back to your twin flame questions. I have got to take a bathroom break, however. So you do the same. Go take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Please do not log out. It's only 2 or 3 minutes, guys. I'll be quick, all right? Stick around. Stick around. All right. Yes, and I do think Gaia, their topics can be very new age. You guys need to use your discernment. You're going to have to separate the message from the messenger. Yes. But the like the ancient civilizations program that Gaia Studios has, it's called Ancient Civilizations. It's top tier, guys. It really is. You should go check it out. So, okay, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. By the way, I just wanted to say one more thing about this. One of the first videos that I made on here is about the secret meeting that the global elite have in the California redwood forest. In the California forest called something. Let's see. Here, can you see that? Do you see those words right there? Do you see that? Can you read that? I know it's kind of small on your screen, but I don't want to say it because of where I am. Um, because of where I am streaming from right now. I'm trying to be careful. But yes, that's real. And they get together and it's this weird satanic ceremony. And it's all the top elite, the top elite, right? The heads of heavy industry, the heads of the banking system, food manufacturers, people from government are there, crowned princes have gone. Every US president except for Obama and Trump for different reasons. But they've never gone, but every US president has gone. And it's, somebody snuck in and taped the whole thing, by the way. And what they do, they have a big owl statue on the stage, and there's fire coming out of the belly of the owl. Okay. And there's dudes in Ku Klux Klan outfits on the stage, and they are making a mock human sacrifice into the belly of the burning, the fire pit inside the owl's, belly, right? And yeah, it's pretty weird. And yes, there is footage of it. If you go to my project here on this other platform, right? Again, here I'll put the link. I'll put the link in the chat box here. Yeah. You go find this video, there are several videos actually where I use that reference. But yeah, somebody snuck in and taped the whole thing. And again, it's the people that run the world, guys. I mean, what if your next door neighbors were doing that? That would be weird. No, it's the people with the nuclear launch codes, the people that run the education system, the banking system, the military, the medical system, the food system, the whole government, all the big airline executives, the news media, all the executives from the news media, they're all there, and it's men only. You have to be a white man. No black people are allowed, no minorities, no women, and they're doing a weird satanic ceremony. Where they're making a mock human sacrifice. I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. Somebody snuck in and taped the whole thing. And I even have a video talking about why would they allow someone to sneak in and tape the whole thing? Well, it's the very first video I ever made over here. Vampires of the New World Order. Vampires of the New World Order. They need your consent. They need your consent. They can't just do it. Right? And yeah, that's some fucking weird shit over there, guys. If you're into that, yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the twin flame thing here, everybody. There were some questions in here. That maybe were good questions. I don't know. Hmm? Hmm. Uh, oh, I like this question a lot. Quite a lot. And God, you guys really want to know what I think of Dolores Cannon. Let me talk about that first, and then Destiny will come back to you. Um, Dolores Cannon, I don't think I know enough about her. She's never spoken about twin flames. She did do some interesting work with the three waves. I used to kind of write her off as just another new age wackadoodle, right? And the new agers, they cling to her, but I don't think she was new age at all. I think they just kind of stole her, which is kind of sad because she did some interesting work. She took people into, if I'm not mistaken, yes, hypnotic regression, yes, and the people that she worked with in her sessions, she started to see a pattern emerging over the course of many years, and she found that there were three groups of people, the three waves, and they all had kind of the same things in common. And it was three waves of people that were sent here to bring positive change to the earth. Again, yeah, Sabina, I don't blame you for questioning. Um, I don't, I don't know. I wasn't there, but again, we kind of just talked about that. Like you could be channeling someone or something, but who are you channeling? Because the way that these people operate, the way that these beings operate, they want to trick you. That is exactly what they are trying to do. They want to manufacture your consent. They need your consent, but if they can get away with manufacturing it, they will. They want to trick you into giving them your consent. And it could be that Dolores Cannon was not the problem, but perhaps she was channeling, some beings who want to trick us. You know what I mean? So here we go with this whole thing about there's three waves coming and you don't have to do anything. Just stand down. You're going to be given the new earth. And then we stand down and nothing changes. Nothing happens, right? Because if you want change, you're going to have to make it happen, guys. Let's get back to twin flames, though. By the way, the name of my YouTube channel and my company, LLC, is called New World All Star, right? Which is my way of saying, fuck you to the New World Order. Fuck them motherfuckers. And you can say, fuck them motherfuckers, while at the same time recognizing that you're not separate from them. I mean, you can't change the fact that you're not separate from anything. So, and they kind of actually, I mean, it's kind of a funny quip to be like, fuck you. But then you got to step back and go, all right, now that I got that out of my system, okay, I'm not going to resist what is, because that's what they want. They want you to hate them too, right? And I don't. I still think what they're doing is fucking diabolical and I don't approve. But yeah, that's kind of part of the trick is they want you to hate them too. Well, anyway, Destiny Darkness. Hello. Destiny says, how do I get over the fear of letting go? Right. This is such a great question, guys. This is nuts and bolts right here, right? How do you, because everybody knows you have to detach from your twin flame, right? That's how you get them to come back. That's how you get them to stop running. Well, there's many different kinds of detaching. But they're mostly like psychological techniques that you could be doing. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. That's a great thing. Psychology, if done properly, can be very useful. But it just so happens that in the spiritual community, we are not talking about psychological type of detaching. There is a type of detaching which is specific to spirituality in general. And it's not really an act like letting go, right? Yes, you have to detach from your twin flame. Yes. But what is that really? Well, the ego, the self concept, right? So the retained thought and emotional imprints that you've been accumulating since you were a child believes that it is separate from your person, your twin flame, right? And from everything. And for anybody who is new, I guess let me just quickly try to explain the mechanics again. So apologies to those of you that have heard this a million times, but it's like this. Your body, mind, soul, right? The mind is thoughts and emotions and metaphysical energy and chakras and all that kind of stuff. And what we do as humans is develop this conglomeration of retained thought and emotional imprints called a personality or a concept of who I am. Like if I walk up to you on the street and I go, "Hi, nice to meet you. Tell me about yourself." You're going to give me a history and a story of who you are, the roles that you play in life, the places you've been, the things you've done, your dispositions, your beliefs, right? Those are all thoughts and emotions. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just what that is, right? Now, who were you on day one? Think about a soul that just reincarnated, a brand new newborn baby, 1 day old. Who were you on day one? Who were you on day one? You're a newborn baby, right? Day one. Is the baby sitting there thinking about who it is? Is there self-concept? No. No, there's none of that. The baby's not thinking about who it is. The only thing inside the baby is awareness. Why? Because that's the soul. The soul is basically consciousness, right? It's a soul that just reincarnated. So, body, mind, soul. Now you know what that is. The self concept of ego, the mask of self, the personality, that forms around the age of 7 or 8, right? And again, it's like a bunch of stored memories and emotions and reactions that you've had, experiences that you've had that start to constitute a sense of self, an identity, a personality, right? But that's not who you are. And suffering happens because we are identified with that entity, the identity entity, the self concept, the ego mask of self. Okay. The mind, again, is duality. It is separation. That's what that word really is. It's not a relationship status with your twin flame. Everybody else in the whole spiritual community is using the words separation and union to talk about states of consciousness. Twin flames, I'm assuming somebody figured it out, right? I'm assuming somebody figured it out. Somebody who met look, I didn't even have to finish typing separation and it populated. You see that? That's what I'm saying. Ram Dass teaches that separation is an illusion of the ego maintained by labels, the thinking mind, and cultural conditioning. Look at this. Ram Dass union. For Ram Dass, union is the ultimate spiritual state of merging individual consciousness with the infinite, boundless nature of reality. What if we change this to Alan Watts? Same thing. Union refers to the realization of oneness between the individual ego and the universe. How about Eckhart Tolle? Exactly the same thing. Union represents the realization of oneness. What about separation? Eckhart Tolle, separation. Eckhart Tolle teaches that separation is an illusion created by the egoic thinking mind. Bam! So, spiritual masters were using the words union and separation long before twin flames came along and stole it. And they're using it the wrong way. Twin flames are the only people in the whole entire spiritual community who think that union and separation are a relationship status. And make no mistake, if you think about the number of people in the general spiritual community, which is this whole big circle, twin flames is only this tiny little portion of it down here. So it's like less than 1% of the whole entire spiritual community doesn't know what the words separation and union mean in the spiritual context. All y'all are the only ones that are doing it the wrong way. Everybody else in the big circle, if they heard what twin flames were doing with those words, they would be like, what? You think that's a relationship status? They would think that's pretty weird, guys. That's what I'm saying. The true twin flame teachings are right under your nose, guys. You want to get your twin flame to come back and stay with you? You've been using the words union and separation this whole time. The true teachings are right under your nose. You've been using the words the wrong way. So, what is detaching? Destiny, darkness. How do you let go of your twin flame? How do you get over the fear of letting go? You are not that which is afraid. You are not your mind. You're not separate from your twin flame. When you go beyond mind, so again, the mind looks at everything as separate from itself. I am me and you are you. That makes a we. We are separate. We are two, right? Or the whole universe. I'm separate from the whole entire universe. That's another thing, right? That the ego mask will do. The ego mask will believe itself to be separate, of course, right? So again, when it comes to the discipline of spirituality or science, we're kind of all talking about the same thing, it looks like. The mind and the universe is duality, things working relative to each other. The soul, which is a holographic fractal reproduction of the source, is the oneness. That's why I represent it with a single point, because it has no opposite. It is the one. It's not separate from anything or anyone, right? The mind experiences separateness because that's what it's for. It's not actually defective because it does that. But that's not really true. It's an illusion, the illusion of separation. And again, the mind is only able to see things that way. And so the mind is afraid of letting go, Destiny, not you. You are not your mind. You are not this creature, this identity, conceptual self of thoughts and emotions. That's not you. You're not a thinker. You're not emotions. We're not saying those things are bad, but that's just not what you are. You are the consciousness, which was there first on day one, like the newborn baby. You are consciousness and only consciousness. And you can't think your way there. You can't understand consciousness, right? Now, that said, again, when you unbecome the mind, when you release identification with the ego mind, you experience yourself as one with everything. I am everything. That divine oneness, which is the real meaning of the word union, right? They call that detaching. Why? Because unity consciousness or union is where you realize that you were never separate from anything else in the first place. You were never separate from anything or anyone in the first place. You were one with your twin flame in the first place, and you can't understand it. You experience that. That's detaching in the spiritual sense of the word. This is why you guys on my YouTube channel, if you go to my YouTube channel, and Destiny, I see you have a follow-up question, so we'll come back to that. But so if you go to my YouTube channel, scroll down a little bit, and this is the same thing if you're watching me in Spanish right now. You go to my YouTube channel and scroll down a little bit. I just hit 1,000 subscribers on here, you guys, my Spanish YouTube channel. How about that shit? But yeah, it's right here. The True Twin Flame Teachings. Go to that playlist, the True Twin Flame Teachings, and it's the very first video. The very first video on both the English or the Spanish YouTube channel called Twin Flames, Separation Consciousness, Unity Consciousness, and Detaching. It's the ultimate truth. That video is first for a reason. This is why Kurt Johnson has the nerve to get up here and claim to have the true twin flame teachings. Yeah, well, I think somebody else already figured it out, because how did the words separation and union make their way into the modern incarnation of the twin flame community, which is using those words the wrong way? But how did they get there? Well, because somebody had to have figured it out. And you can tell because when you use the real definition of the words separation and union in the spiritual context, mind you, which we just talked about, if you use the real teachings that are attached to those words, your twin flame comes back. So I guess there's no twin flame journey too, right? So yes, there is a real teaching for twin flames, which works. And you can tell because of the words, guys. That's your Rosetta Stone. Whoever figured this out originally, their fingerprints are all over the twin flame niche. But twin flames they don't realize they're using those words the wrong way, is what they're doing, you guys. So Destiny left a follow-up question. She said, so to follow up, my fear is never having kids, and I want kids with him. That's why this has been so hard. So that is just the mind setting goals. Right. And you're not the first person to have ever had this dilemma. And you're just going to have to let that one go, dude. You're going to have to let that one go, man. You might not have kids with him. It might not happen. Now, the paradox here is if he is your twin flame for sure, letting that go is going to increase the odds that he'll come back and be with you, right? And I should know, because once again, I've helped people to do it. If you're new here and you haven't seen me rap about this, here you go. Here's my Twin Flame Success Stories playlist. I've got it in both English and Spanish. And yes, there's people on here who are married to their twin flame. And one of them, I'm going to try to get her to coach for me. I don't know if she'll do it. She hasn't responded yet. But that would be Miss Rooksar here. She, oh my God, Rooksar, God damn it. She is just, oh, she's incredible. I can't even believe, I cannot say enough about her, you guys. I could sit there and listen to her talk all fucking day. It's the one here in the black right here. That's Rooksar. She's married to her twin. She has kids. And oh my God, she really gets this stuff. And she's so fucking good at explaining things. Oh my God, I'll do anything to get her to work for me. I want her to coach my students, man. Oh my God, she's amazing. She's incredible. But anyway, going back, Destiny, yeah, you could get him to be with you and have kids and everything. It's been done. But your desire, your preference is the better word. Your preference to have kids with him and goal setting, yeah, that's what's pushing him away. If he's your twin. And let me put it to you in a conventional kind of sense too, Destiny. Like sitting around waiting for some person to come back who doesn't really want to be with you right now, that's not a good idea in the conventional sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't work if he's your twin flame, and it wouldn't work with anybody else anyway. You're really going to sit around and waste your life waiting for, it has to be this guy. There's 7.5 billion people in the world, and it just has to be this guy, huh? Come on. There's plenty of other decent people out there. But yeah, you're going to have to let that go. And again, to let go is to stop identifying as the mind. And anybody watching, as always, let me give you some resources. Oh my God, I have to show this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, you guys, you're going to pee your pants when you see this. Because I see you guys are all talking about Trump in the chat. Oh my God. Here's a documentary film that everybody should watch if you think you met your twin flame. It's called Samadhi. Samadhi. Just type it in, Samadhi, English, Spanish. It doesn't matter. It's got audio dubbing. So if you're watching in Spanish, you can turn on the audio dubbing and it'll play it back in Spanish audio, right? If you really met your twin flame, this documentary film will fucking change your life, you guys. Oh my God. You are not your mind. You are not your mind. You are something beyond that. Also, again, as always, everybody, this book right here, The Power of Now, this is the best beginner's book. This is the best beginner's book for anybody who met their twin flame. English, Spanish, any language. The Power of Now. The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. Available in every language. And the Samadhi movie. You can sign up for my paid coaching, of course. There's always that. But, you know, Destiny, to your question, or anybody watching, like what to do. You're already not your mind. You are already not what is asking the questions. You're just identified with it right now, temporarily. And yeah, I don't know. You're giving up your power, Martina. Martina here is chiming in, right? Do you agree that even if we detach, the universe always finds a way to remind us of our other half through dreams, music, or sudden thoughts that seem to come out of nowhere? No, I don't. I think it's probably your cognitive mind looking for connections that aren't there. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's law of attraction. The universe doesn't care, you guys. This is, again, I just busted this myth. How can the universe have any preference about what you do? The universe is not busy teaching you lessons and making sure that you see signs about your twin flame. You are the universe. So the whole entire universe, there's this one part of it over here called Martina, and the universe is so mad at the part of it called Martina that it's going to make sure Martina gets this message meant for her. Do you see? It can't be both, guys. You can't realize that you're part of the universe and you're all of it and have the universe trying to teach you a lesson and make sure that you get these messages. No, you're causing that. You're causing that. You're a creator. This is the effect. This is law of attraction. You're so focused on this person. Of course, you're seeing stuff. And by the way, there's a time delay, like the universe. When you let something go, you're going to keep getting reverberations off the universe for a while, right? You're going to keep getting feedback for a while after you have let them go. So yeah, stop giving your power up, guys. You are so fucking powerful. The universe is not teaching you lessons or trying to make you do things. So destiny, there you go. I hope that makes sense. And I don't care if you guys, by the way, so changing subjects, and I see we got a super chat. We'll get to you next in just a second. But I don't care if you guys are joking around in the comments. you guys were like joking around about Donald Trump, and then right as you're doing that, I saw something on my YouTube feed about Donald Trump, and I'm probably going to get a copyright warning or something if I do this, but we're going to do it anyway, damn it. Here we go. Woo!
Looks like I'm kind of fucked up. You've seen the polls, and so have I. I got elected on no new wars, and now we'll be lucky if Flintstones start to fly. I tried to cover up the Epstein files. Seems as though I'm a file. Always gonna keep you up, always gonna let you down, always gonna stab your back and betray you, always gonna make you sigh, always gonna make you cry, always gonna tell you lies and betray you.
Amen. There's a lot of people, man. You guys, you got to remember, your neighbor is not your enemy. This is why I hate politics so much, and I talk about this all the time, by the way. Over here, I go, guys, politics are a ruse. They're just trying to get you to fight with your neighbor and be divided. That's how they control us. So think about letting that go, because the people that voted for Donald Trump, they want safe neighborhoods and clean water and prosperity and education for their children and healthcare and peace. They want the same fucking things you do. So chill out with that shit, would you? And it's really kind of sad, because the people that voted for him sincerely believed the bullshit that he was spewing about, I'm the peace president, we're not going to have wars, right? So he tricked them. That's kind of fucked up. I feel bad for them, man. Once again, a politician tricked you. Imagine that. A politician lied and tricked you? No, come on, that never happens. So I sympathize, you guys. I really do. Think about sympathizing with people instead of just attacking them, because that's what the system wants. They want you to hate your neighbor, guys. Fuck that shit. All right. Wanderer Nomad. I like that. Wanderer Nomad. Thank you for the super chat. She said, my twin flame and I have been in no contact for 16 months. I realized that I don't need him anymore. The only thing is that I keep comparing the connection I had with my twin flame to the new guys that I meet. How can I move forward? Always, it's to realize. Wanderer Nomad. God, I love that screen name. wherever I may roam. It makes me think of that Metallica song, right? Nomad, vagabond, call me what you will. Da-da-da-da. Wherever I may roam. All right. Here's the thing. Wanderer nomad. You are not that which wants to move forward. You are not that which keeps comparing your twin flame to the new guys. That's not you. None of that's you. You are not your mind. You can look at patterns of mind and you can say that's just what it's doing, right? You think of the mind, think of it, think of the human machine like this. Think of one of those Russian dolls, right? The ones where you open it up and there's another one in there. Okay. And then you open that one up and there's another one. All right. And then you open that up and there's another one. And then you open up that doll and there's one more, and it's the middle doll that you can't open up anymore, right? So there's like 5 or 6. And the middle doll is the soul. It's consciousness. Matryoshka. You think I'd know that? I'm trying to actually learn Russian. But yes, it's like that. And then there's all these layers around you that are vibrating. So there's thoughts and emotions, and you just believe that you are them. You're literally saying, how can I move forward? I keep comparing the connection I had. Do you? Here's something I have my students do. You could reread your statement like this. Watch this. The mind's twin flame and the mind have been in no contact for 16 months. The mind has realized that it does not need him anymore. The only thing is that the mind keeps comparing the connection it had with its twin flame to the new guys that it meets. How can the mind move forward? I tell them that in my video coaching program. I tell them, take all the first person pronouns in everything that you just said and replace it with the mind. Do that. Because none of it's you. It's all the outer layers of the Russian doll, the Matryoshka doll, right? There's the middle doll, which is the consciousness, and then there's thoughts and emotions layered on top of one another, vibrating around you, and none of it's you. It's a temporary identity that we take on while we're down here, the ego mask, and it's not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not who you are. You are not a collection of retained thought and emotional imprints. And again, that's why I tell everybody, yeah, you should go watch the Samadhi movie and read The Power of Now. English, Spanish, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what language it is. The book, The Power of Now, is in Spanish. It's in almost every language. And this documentary film, if you go watch this film, here, I'll put the link for you guys, if you want it, into the chat. It has audio dubbing. YouTube has built-in audio dubbing now. So you can watch most YouTube videos in any language you want, and it'll put the sound, the audio, into Spanish or whatever language you want. But it's just none of that's you. None of that's you. You don't need to do anything about it. Actually, to move forward is to remember that you're not that. You're not this entity that keeps making everything about him. That's not you. And that's the whole trick here. To detach from my twin flame is to detach from my mind. You are not your mind. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And it's not a doing.
You are not your mind right now. That's why the book is called The Power of Now. The mind is past future. The mind is duality, right? I just saw 333 again. Son of a bitch. I keep seeing that number. I'm telling you. But the mind is duality. It's good, bad, hot, cold. I like it, I don't like it, past, future, and so on, right? So the mind is asking, how do I move forward? In other words, I want to get to a future outcome. I want things to be different than the way they are now, right? So automatically, you know that that's the mind that's doing that. And you are just consciousness, which is observing the mind. And that's all. I had spinach yesterday. That's what it is. Spinach has histamine in it. Son of a bitch. Anyway, so consciousness is always in the now. It's in the now moment. It's never time. Only the mind is time. Only the mind wants a future outcome or thinks about the past. You are what is aware of the mind, and you can only be aware of the mind in this moment right now. And then there's other, meditative practices, of course, practicing presence, really separating yourself from the mind, though. I suppose you could call that mindfulness. And so there's no need for you to move forward. You simply are not that which wants to move forward and get to some kind of a different outcome or a result or something like that. But yes, exactly. Accepting the thoughts without attachment is key. Yes, that's exactly right. You don't need the thoughts to change, and they'll fizzle out over time. You'll get over it. The emotional part, it'll do that. So thank you. Great question. Thank you very much. Rachel, what if I stop eating dairy and I die? Because you know what? If I can't have a container of Haagen-Dazs ice cream every day, I'm going to die. That would be bad. What do you guys suppose I'm going to have for dinner tonight? What do you suppose? We go out to eat every Tuesday. I do the live stream and then we're going out. What do you think we're going to have? What do you suppose I am going to have for dinner tonight? Any guesses? Any takers? Anybody? Definitely not vegan pizza. I might actually have something that has steak in it, though. Yes, somebody said steak. There you go, Kelsey. You know how I'm rolling. I'm going to have Mexican. That's always what I have. It's Twin Flame Tuesday, and it's Taco Tuesday, too. Okay, let's do another question, and then I'm going to call it a day. There's a couple here. Wait, what? When you're a twin soul, it's straight to my work. What? I don't understand the question. The 80s angel. I don't understand. Maybe it's just worded kind of funny. I don't know. I don't understand the question. I don't know. You could try putting it in the chat again. The 80s angel. I like that, by the way, because the 80s were fucking awesome. How about this? Petro de Villers. Petro de Villers.
And then I'll do Mimi Be Fresh. We'll do that one also. Okay, Petro de Villers. What if he's married, but we've tried for more than 2 years to fight our connection and level of love for each other? So it is. Here's the thing. Don't do anything for your twin flame that you wouldn't do for somebody else. That's kind of the first one. You're never going to get him to change. You want an outcome. You want to be with him, and he's married, and you perceive it as a barrier. Again, it's the ego mind that sees it that way, right? The ego says it's not supposed to be this way, and what do I do? Well, I guess you're going to have to kidnap him and maybe hire a hitman to take out his wife. Don't do that. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic and I'm joking, but what are you going to do, dude? What do you mean, what if he's married? The only thing that you can do is just kind of move on and replace the whole twin flame frenzy with a lifestyle of Zen, letting them go, letting go of the twin flame myths, doing a really strict detox, stop pining for them, stop yearning for them, stop trying to figure out what to do about them, right? And go within. You have to release the internal emotional resistance that you have to the situation and stop trying to figure out what to do about it. That's the ego. That's separation. The mind is separation. It says, I have to do something about him, right? And instead align with the unity or oneness within, right? The unity or oneness within. I am all of it. I don't need anything outside of myself. You are just this conscious essence which observes the mind. And again, the mind wants things to be different, but you're the consciousness which observes the mind and doesn't even need the mind to change. We just talked about that in depth with Destiny, I think, Destiny, or who was it? Whoever it was. But yeah, you don't need to be fucking around with this person and arguing and trying to work it out and like having all these 3D conversations. None of that shit works. You already are them. Align with that. What does aligning with that look like? Well, it looks like absolute acceptance of what is, not resisting it, having no preference. If he's still married and he's dragging his feet, leaving that marriage, so he is. So that's what he's doing. And by the way, I just want to point this out. That's you in a past life doing whatever you were doing. You're watching yourself stay stuck in a bad marriage. You are literally watching a replay of things you did in a past life. Not the past in time, but remember, in your past. Twin flames, it's just reincarnation. Your twin flame is one of your previous incarnations. So it's totally futile to sit around fretting and worrying about what to do here. First of all. Second of all, you're just going to have to go the way of the soul. And the soul says, this is just what is. There's no mistakes in the universe. All is perfection. All is perfection. Thank you for your question. Mimi Be Fresh. Mimi asks, can you explain why a twin would date someone with my same name? He said a younger 3D version of me, and now they're engaged. He said I helped him be better for her. I don't know. This is another thing. We talked about this earlier in the live stream. So the whole, it could be a synchronicity, but it's so subjective. It's hard for a third party like me to say if it's really a synchronicity or not. Synchronicities are best interpreted by the person having them. The other thing is there a connection? Is there something here? Right? Is there really something to this whole thing, or is it just a coincidence? Because again, coincidences happen, right? Um, everything, like to a spiritual person, all of the sudden, once they find out about spirituality, everything means something. I dropped a jar of mayonnaise on the floor and it made a big mess. What does it mean? Right? Kurt broke his foot, and suddenly I had 10 students, technically my leg. I had 10 students giving me 10 different answers, trying to tell me what it means in my Facebook group. And I appreciate that. I thought it was a very nice gesture, super great, that these people care about me that much that they would want to do that. I think that's wonderful. But I said, okay, guys, well, come on. You can't all be right. I'm getting 10 different explanations about what it means. You know what I mean? No pun intended, right? Kurt, you broke your foot because of this. You broke your foot because of that, right? And I had to get surgery. I got 2 screws and 3 plates. And I'm walking again, but it's never really been fully the same. It still kind of hurts a little bit. And so I got to do like constant physical therapy on it, but whatever. At least I'm walking again. But yeah, I told them, I go, guys, it doesn't mean anything. It means I'm a klutz and I need to be more careful. Okay. People break their bones. People date people with different names. You guys, I've been married twice. Both of them, their names started with an A. What does it mean? I don't know. It doesn't mean shit. My name is Kurt, K-U-R-T, Kurt with a K. And Kurt Cobain, he killed himself and he was a rock star. What does it mean? I don't know, dude. It doesn't mean shit. So whenever people are making connections that aren't really there, and especially spiritual people they do that par excellence, guys. Y'all are doing that par excellence. I call it spiritual hyperbole syndrome. Spiritual hyperbole syndrome, where every fucking little thing has some kind of a meaning or something. So I really, Mimi, I'm just being honest. I think it's just that, dude. Yeah. It's totally just that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it was more to him. Mimi continuing, she said, I understand. He made it seem like it was more, not only my birth name as well as my nickname. He said he can't call her by her name because it confuses him. So I think more than a coincidence. Then it could be a synchronicity. I don't know. And again, synchronicities best interpreted by the people having them. You could sit down with somebody and talk about it all and tell them the whole story about all the synchronicities you've had, and then maybe convince somebody that there's something up with that. But I'll tell you what, Mimi, if your general question is, does this prove he's my twin flame? The answer is a hard no. And this is usually where questions like this are coming from. It could be something else. The way to tell if he is another incarnation of your soul is, did you have an involuntary, forced, spontaneous spiritual awakening? There's the little bubble phase at the very beginning. It lasts anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, and then he runs away. You crash and burn and go into a tailspin of suffering, meaninglessness, obsessive thinking. You can't function, you can't eat, you can't sleep, you can't do anything. And then when you come out of it, you start to have kundalini, psychic visions, which come true, heart chakra opening, psychic dreams, an increase of deja vu, out of body experiences, non-dual merging with God, the universe, or the divine, a sense of oneness, right? Which again, this is a very well understood phenomenon to the point now where even psychologists and college professors are researching it. If you're watching me in English or Spanish, there's a link in the video description for you to go check this out if you're new here. So what you are experiencing, if you have met a twin flame for real, is real. And this, again, this is the University of Greenwich in London, the Imperial College of London, peer-reviewed, guys. This is peer-reviewed scientific literature. They are using the word union. What is that word doing there, right? So that, and perhaps the detaching test, you could go to my YouTube channel and watch this video, the 7 true twin flame signs. It's long, and it is long on purpose. And anybody who has not seen it, you need to watch the whole thing. Don't give me the whole bit about, it's 3 hours. That's too long. I'm not going to watch that. And I think if you don't want to watch it, you probably didn't meet your twin flame anyway. But English, Spanish, doesn't matter, whatever language you're watching me in right now, go look for my playlist. It's called The True Twin Flame Teachings on my YouTube channel. That video is in there. It's called The 7 True Twin Flame Signs. It's like a college level master class. And it cost money to make that. It cost money to run this operation. It took a lot of time. And it's free. It's free, guys. You don't have to watch the whole thing in one night. You can break it up in 2 or 3 nights. Take notes. If you really want to know if you met your twin flame, this will be the last fucking time you ever watch any video about it. So these types of coincidences, or like I said, Mimi, it could be actually a synchronicity. That's not how you tell. That's not how you tell. If it is a synchronicity, then that could be one way to tell. But if there's 30 different criteria, and for you to be able to tell if it's your twin flame, you have to get at least 80%, right? If we're only going off of one thing, well, that's not enough evidence. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know, my friend. I wouldn't worry about it too much, because understanding any perceived meaning to what you are experiencing here, it's not going to help you anyway. Like it won't return anything of value, right? You won't benefit from it. So just make a note of it. A strange synchronicity, right? Those are real. Synchronicities are real, you know. I'll tell you what, Mimi and everybody watching, synchronicities, yeah, you could easily say that it is the universe communicating with you. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. There is this higher intelligence, which you are actually that. But insofar as you are now incarnated in a physical body, and you seem to be separated from the universe, at least in an illusory type of way, yes, you could be getting messages from that source, from that higher power, telling you things. I'm here. I'm going to give you all these weird synchronicities and numbers to get your fucking attention. Do I got your attention now? Right? You kind of see how that works, Mimi? It could just be that, right? Like the divine, it's going, hey, I want to make sure that you know I'm here. So I'm going to give you a whole massive amount of weird synchronicities that are highly paranormal and can't really be explained any other way. It could just be that. Like when people ask me about the numbers, usually people are getting 333, 1111, 222, 444, 1111, 111, 222 again, 444 again, 333 again, 1111 again, 777. They're getting all these different numbers all at once. And they go, what does it mean? Well, what it means is the universe is communicating with you. And your consciousness is the cause. Remember, it's not either or, it's both and. you are causing the numbers and the universe is communicating to you. It is acknowledging that you are there listening. The universe is saying, message received. Now receive my message. I'm here and I want you to know that I'm here. Yes, there's more to life than just your physical body. Yes, there's a higher intelligence and I'm talking at you. I don't have any particular message to say to you. I'm just saying, hi, I'm here. Are you paying attention now? Are you awake yet? Right? It wants you to know that it's there. Now, if you get one repeating number pattern for like a week or 2 weeks, and it's always the same fucking number, then there could be some kind of a conceptual meaning. But you're not getting 5 or 6 different numbers. Like for me, I've been getting 333 a bunch. And a few months ago, I think this started in the month of May, for about 2 months, almost 2 solid months, I was getting 222 and 2222 a bunch. And now I'm getting threes. And it's a thing. And so whatever is going on in my life at the time, I look at it and I make comparisons. So there could be that too. There could be some of that. All right, last question. The 80s angel. I love the 80s so much. God bless the 80s. They were so good, dude. I was a little kid in the 80s, but I get it. There was still some of that 80s vibe left when I was leaving high school. There was a dance club in Denver, which was so popular, called, what the hell was it called? Rock Island. It was called Rock Island, and it was the coolest. And it was big in the 80s and still going into the 1990s. The 80s were so awesome, man. The Culture Club and the Human League. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh. You were working as a waitress in a cocktail bar when I met you. I broke your heart. I gave you Dark Night of the Soul, and then I fucking ran off, and you left your body too. Don't awaken, because if you awaken, I might have to come be with you. Don't you leave your body. Don't you kundalini. Oh. Okay. There was also like 80s rock, like Van Halen, which I fucking love Van Halen. Oh my God, dude. The 80s were so awesome. God damn it, the 80s were good. The 90s, they weren't too bad either, man. They weren't too bad. Well, let's get to your question. The 80s angel. What? No, you brat. Where is it? Where did it go? There it is. The 80s angel, she said, I was born in 1973. Oh, I kind of wish I had been born a little bit earlier, dude. Because then I could have partied in the 80s. You know, the 80s were so fucking awesome. I've got friends that are a little bit older than I am, and they got to live through it. Oh, man. What a great time. You were working as a waitress at a cocktail bar when I ran from you. Dude, what the fuck? The 80s angel, when you put your question, it was at 444. What does it mean? Okay. So here we go. The 80s angel, your question, what belongs together comes together. Is that right? So this is your question. The 80s angel. Okay. The 80s angel, you said, what belongs together comes together. Is that right? So also, when he distracts with other women, will he come back? Are we like magnets? Right. So again, this whole idea of meant to be
You guys really got to get out of that. I'm telling you, you're giving up your power. You're giving up your power. There's no meant to be. There's no higher divine power going, it should be like this, right? You are the universe. The universe is not going to look at any part of itself, you, and go, I shouldn't be doing that like that over there. What do you mean I shouldn't be doing? That's like non sequitur. Who says shit like that? Like, I'm going to drink a glass of water. Oh, I shouldn't be drinking a glass of... You. Look at my hand holding this glass of water, about to drink this glass of water. Who do you think you are holding that glass of water like that? You should hold it a little bit more out of an angle so that I can drink it. Right? So there's no divine plan for you that's going to make you do things, you guys. And this is the hardest thing for people to hear. And it doesn't matter. Religion, spirituality, spiritual people are almost worse than religious people sometimes. And they're going to fight me tooth and nail on this because people don't want to be told that they're free. People refuse to accept that they're free and that they're a creator. They hate being told that. There has to be restriction. You got to do it like this. That's what's meant for me. So that's the first thing, my friend. The 80s angel. What belongs together comes together. It's not that. Let that shit go, guys. That's dogmatic crap. You are powerful. Stop giving up your power. The other thing, the 80s angel. Now, because here's where things get a little different with the question you're asking, because you're asking about your twin flame. And guess what, 80s angel? I got some really good news for you. You are your twin flame. You already are together. In fact, it's not that you're together. It's just that there's not two of you. There's only one of you. You're not a body and you're not a mind. You're the soul. And nothing can change that. And it's not meant to be kind of thing. It's just you are that. It's done. You are a soul. So when he distracts with other women, will he come back? Are you like magnets? It's not that. It's that when you are identified with the separation of mind, who asks, how is this going to happen? How are we going to come back together? Why is he doing that? Right? You're always starting with separation. Because remember, separation is the way the ego, the mind, looks at everything. I am me and you are you. What am I going to do about him? Why is he doing those things? Right? You could write it all out. You could type it all out. Right? If I was to say a whole paragraph talking about what if he does this and then I do that? Will we be together? And then there's this other thing where he does this one thing and then I do this other thing. And he's doing these things over here with these women over there. And I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Are we like magnets? Blah, 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 right? You take that whole paragraph that I just said and take out all of the words except for the pronouns. Leave the pronouns. And the only words that are left in that whole paragraph is I, him, me, we. Those are the only words that are left, right? I, him, me, we. And that's all you need to know. Your mind is in operation. Your mind is separation, and it perceives that there are two of you. You can't fix this problem with the mind. This is not a journey of the mind. This is a journey of the soul. You're a soul. And the soul is not mind. It is not thought. It is not concept. It is not emotion. And it's not separation. The mind is unity or oneness, union, which is what that word really means. And again, I just showed you guys. Twin flames stole those words, union and separation. Here's Eckhart Tolle. Eckhart Tolle teaches that separation is an illusion created by the egoic mind.
Eckhart Tolle, union represents the realization of oneness and interconnectedness with all life, transcending the egoic illusion of separation. Alan Watts, union refers to the realization of oneness between the individual ego and the universe, dissolving the illusion of separateness. Ram Dass, union is the ultimate spiritual state of merging individual consciousness with the infinite, boundless nature of reality. It represents dissolving the illusion of separateness, moving on from me and you. There's those pronouns, to a shared unified awareness. Ram Dass teaches that separation is an illusion of the ego maintained by labels, the thinking mind, and cultural conditioning. Those words are spiritual words, but they are not relationship statuses with your twin flame. They are states of consciousness. Twin flames borrowed those words. I'm assuming somebody back in the 1950s or the 1960s, they must have figured out what was going on. They met a twin flame and they said, I have to use the master's teachings of separation and union. If I can get out of separation consciousness, the mind, and align with my soul, I'll experience that oneness of unity. And it worked. Their person came back, right? 1990s comes along. The internet gets a hold of the teachings and mixes it all up. And now nobody remembers in the twin flame niche what the meaning of the words union and separation are. So they just started playing a game of telephone with it. And now twin flames think that those words are a relationship status, but that's fucking ridiculous. This big circle represents the entire spiritual community at large. And then you've got this one tiny little niche over here, this little circle, twin flames. Everybody in this big circle, including the twin flames, which are part of the big circle, everybody's using the words separation and union, but it's only this little circle here, twin flames, who are using those words the wrong way. Everybody else in the big circle knows what the real meaning of those words are. And if you use the true teachings attached to those words, twin flame comes back. That's why, for example, the playlist on my YouTube channel is called The True Twin Flame Teachings. Again, English or where is it? There it is. English or Spanish. The very first video is about the words. It's about the words. The true teachings are right under your nose, guys. You've been using those words this whole time. You're just using them the wrong way. It's not a relationship status. Who does that? Oh, my boyfriend took off. We're in separation and I got to do some healing so that we can be in union. Nobody does that. You just go, oh, well, the guy dumped me. He's an asshole. Or we're together. We're dating, right? So, 80s angel, my fellow 80s badass. It's all mind. It's your mind. And your mind is only able to perceive reality in terms of separation. I, we, me, him, me, right? You can tell that's what it is. What are we going to do? Are we like magnets? So for you to even ask the question is part of the problem. And you have to ask questions. How are we ever going to get anything done if you don't ask questions, right? We'll get nowhere. But once we've answered the question, you can move on to the next step, which is to realize that the question itself is an error because the question is based on separation. In your question, you're talking about you and him and we, right? So immediately your starting point is separation. This idea that there's two of you, right? What if your starting point was union? This deeper realization, which you cannot understand and you don't think your way there. It's actually like you're unbecoming the illusion of ego, right? You're unbecoming that. And you experience yourself as all of it, including him. And he comes back. And you don't need any kind of an outcome with him because it's done. You already are him. Follow-up question, 80s Angel. So we are one, better not thinking, talking shit the whole day, just feeling and intuition. Yeah. Concentrating on me, doing my stuff. Am I allowed to think of them in a positive way? Manifesting. Well, yeah, you're allowed to do that. You can, but I wouldn't. And you don't need to. You don't need to manifest something that you already are, 80s Angel. God, I love that name. 80s Angel. You do not need to manifest something that you are, 80s Angel. You can't. How can you manifest something that you already are? The fact that he's not with you is a trick. It's an illusion. The 3D world is tricking you. It's lying to you. It's false. It's a magic trick. It's an illusion. It's a mirage. You are him. You don't need to believe the outside world. You don't need to believe the 3D world. It's done. You don't need to manifest it. It's done. It's done. You are him. It's done. And again, manifesting, like feeling positive emotions, that's the mind. And there's nothing wrong with that, but this is not manifesting. Manifesting, if you want to do that for somebody, go try to get a soulmate, right? This was actually this was the thing that changed everything, you guys. This was how I got here to be the world's #1 twin flame coach. Right? Which, I mean, I don't really think of myself as like a special I'm not special. I don't think I'm better than anybody else, but I did do that. I did coach more twin flames than anybody else. And I have helped thousands of people to be with their twin flame permanently. Yes. They're married. This is on the Spanish channel too. If anybody's watching me in Spanish right now, here it is. There's people that are married to their twin flame. They're living together, right? And if you scroll down, if you keep scrolling, there's these videos where I just go around my social media and I show written testimonials. But how did I get here? What was the big code breaker moment? Well, I was this is over 8 years ago. I just got out of the dark night of the soul. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Dark night of the soul. I mean, I'm hot out of it. I'm like a spacecraft that just re-entered the atmosphere, right? And I mean, it couldn't have been more than like days or a week after I started feeling better. I'm looking around for information on the internet, trying to figure out what to do. How do I get her to come back? Because that's the thing. Like everybody says, there's two things everybody gets right about twin flames. Number one, it's one soul in two bodies. You're the same soul. Number two, there's supposed to be something you can do to get them to come back, right? And that's true. There is. There is. And back then, you could still get decent information about twin flames because there were still like those older, like 1990s websites, like the old school, like WordPress or whatever, and they still had decent information. The new age fad culture had not stolen twin flames quite yet. That whole thing was just kind of barely getting started, and now that's all there is. It's fucking ridiculous. But anyway, I was looking in a chat room, like a message board, and somebody said, "Hey guys, I tried some law of attraction manifesting techniques to get my twin flame to come back," which again, law of attraction manifesting techniques are where you like recondition the mind and you change the mental conditions, mental and emotional things going on in your body, right? And you try to be a match to whatever it is that you want, right? Okay. And he goes, "Yeah, I did that and it made her run harder." What do you guys think? And another person said, "You too?" "Yeah, I tried it And it fucking made him run even harder. What the hell? And then a third person and a fourth person and a fifth person and another one. And I was like, how? How can this be? Here's 10 people all saying that law of attraction doesn't work on your twin flame. I mean, if it was just one person, that would be one thing. You could say, well, they're not doing it right. Right? Because the law of attraction always works, right? And I was so puzzled by this. And so I spent the next few days thinking about it. And then one day, I'll never forget, you guys, I was standing in front of the dresser in my bedroom when it happened. And I was thinking about it. I was thinking, okay, law of attraction, you're trying to be a match to the energy of what you want, right? So what is it about her, my twin flame? What is it that I'm trying to be a match to? Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. I get it. And this book popped into my head. So 20 years earlier, I had a voluntary interest in spiritualism. It wasn't really a spiritual awakening. I just felt very compelled and drawn to spiritual topics, right? It's not the same as what happens after you meet your twin flame, not even close. But yes, I was very much interested in spirituality. And I had read this book 20 years earlier, and a friend of mine who did have a very powerful, earth-shattering, spontaneous spiritual awakening, complete with Kundalini and non-dual merging with the universe and becoming psychic. He's one of the most psychic people I've ever seen. And he didn't meet his twin flame. He had another trigger, right? He had another doorway. There was something else. But yeah, he was the one that gave me this book. And I remembered this book because I realized her and I are the same soul. I have to be a match to the energy of my own soul. And then I'll be a match to her energetically, which means I have to go beyond mind. I have to transcend the mind completely, not recondition it, not change the way the mind feels, the emotions and thoughts, right? Like if you want to manifest a whole pile of money, you make yourself feel like you're rich. And that shit works. By the way, manifesting, I do it all the time. That's not it. I have to be a match energetically to my soul only when it comes to her. And then I also figured out the whole push-pull thing, the thing that makes your twin flamer run away. Because if you're starting with separation, you're starting with mind. Well, look at what happens when you are aligned with your mind and you are chasing your twin flame. This is what happens. How can I? Oh, this is what happens. It's the twin flame push-pull. It's the second law of thermodynamics. There's even a measurable phenomenon. And I figured that out not that long after I had this realization about how you have to align with your soul and actually let go of the mind completely. It's not that you're going to recondition the mind. So the only thing that's going to help you is genuine non-dual teachings. That's it. The monad, the oneness, right? This, right? The mind is duality, yin, yang, plus, minus, past, future, good, bad, right? And all that. Also separation. But this is where you're just completely bypassing the mind. The mind, it absolutely can't help you here. And this is the same thing that the masters have been trying to tell humans for a long time. You are not your mind. This book, again, you guys, it's the same thing that Yogananda taught, or Krishnamurti, or Alan Watts, or Ram Dass, or Ramana Maharshi, the Buddha. Also, it's the same thing. It's the exact same teaching. You are not your mind. As a matter of fact, the first chapter of this book, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, who is essentially the modern day Buddha, right? The first chapter is called You Are Not Your Mind. That's the whole point. You are this deeper essence that can only be experienced. You can't think your way there. The mind can't help you. What you can do is like unbecome the mind. There's a documentary about Ram Dass, actually, called Becoming Nobody. And it's about his quest to experience himself as something beyond the identity form of ego, right? The ego mask, which is an identity, the person you believe yourself to be, this identity, this ego right here. There's Ram Dass. He was so funny too. He was such a cool guy. One time somebody asked him, they go, "Hey, Ram Dass, what do you think about death?" And he goes, "I think it's fine." Well, touche. I mean, I don't want to suffer when I go, but hey, yeah. Well, anyway, that was the big, powerful aha moment that I had when I realized, yeah, I guess it kind of is law of attraction if you think about it, because all I'm doing is matching my soul energetically, and I'm just doing pure non-duality, pure Zen spiritualism, not the new age healing hype. You don't heal your way into the mind. And anyway, or I'm sorry, you don't heal your way into the soul. Healing does not cause self-actualization, and that is not debated by the great spiritual masters. It's debated by a bunch of new agers on YouTube who haven't helped other people to be with their twin flame, though. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I really have coached 8,000 people in my program, you guys. I've helped a bunch of people to be together with their twin flame for good. I've done that. Oh God, Rooksar, if you're watching, girl, you got to come work for me. God damn it, Rooksar. Leave your crappy corporate job. God, she's so good, guys. I respect that woman. You can't even, oh man. All of my students, actually. You know what? I think it is so goddamn fabulous how it's primarily women, because it's about time. It's always been sausage up there, given the spiritual teachings, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just it always has happened to be very male dominated. So I'm very happy to see that. And dude, the women in my program, they're so fucking badass. I can't even believe it. They really get it. They really get it. I am so proud of you ladies. You're fucking kicking ass out there. Well, anyway, that was the big breakthrough that I had. 80s Angel, you're welcome. And I think you're amazing too, by the way. Dark Night of the Soul, by the way, you only have one. Suffering does not equal Dark Night of the Soul. The term Dark Night of the Soul, or ego death, was invented to describe the period of suffering that a person experiences right before a forced, involuntary, spontaneous spiritual awakening. Right? So once again, as always, I've got it in English or Spanish. Link in the video description. What is a spontaneous spiritual awakening? Not a voluntary spiritual awakening where you just kind of have an interest in spiritual topics and you want to go look at that stuff because you think it's interesting. Not that. It's like the police coming to get you. You will have Kundalini and become psychic and leave your body. You're going to do it. We're going to make you do it, right? It's going to happen whether you want to do it or not. And yes, by the way, anybody watching, you should watch Gangaji too. She is oh man, Gangaji is so fucking awesome. And just like so calming, like you listen to her talk. And she just calms you right down. If you want to find Gangaji, just go to my YouTube channel. Yeah, go to my YouTube channel and scroll down. English or Spanish, either one, English or Spanish YouTube channel. She's right here, guys. Featured channels. She's the shit, guys. She's like the mother I wish I would have had. You know? I don't know. She's just got a glow about her. But yeah, it's just that, guys. It's just that you're not separate from your twin flame. You can't think your way there. Healing is good, but that's not going to get you there, guys. Changing the mind, thinking different thoughts, feeling different emotions is not going to make you more of a soul. Healing does not make you one with everything. The soul is actually watching the thing that could be healed, right? The mind can be healed. You can change the things that are in there, but the soul is actually looking at the thing that can be healed. You already are looking. You already are consciousness, right? Day one, a newborn baby, day one, is the baby thinking about who it is? Does it have self-esteem issues? Is the baby a people pleaser? Is the baby a narcissist? No, the only thing inside the baby is consciousness. Why? Because it's day one. It's a soul that just reincarnated. So consciousness was there first. Consciousness was there first. All right, damn it. I'm going to do one more because I know who this is. This is one of my Facebook moderators. By the way, to my Facebook mods, I think we need to do like a Zoom meeting, just like for fun. One of these days. I don't know. I want to give something back to the people that are helping me. You guys, I'm telling you, my Facebook group, if you're looking for a place where you can ask questions, because I'm not easy to get a hold of, obviously, there's literally about 400,000 people on the internet. I ran the numbers. I got 122,000 on my YouTube channel, which means there's about 60% more people watching. And then you got Facebook and TikTok and Instagram. And the way that works is the same. You can basically double the number of followers or subscribers. And that's how many people are actually looking at your content and interacting with you. So I've got roughly 500,000 people that all want to talk to me, you guys. So if I don't answer your comment on a Facebook post or a YouTube video, sorry, there's only one of me. But yes, if you want to get some help from a group of people that actually know what the fuck they're doing, go to my Facebook group, New World All-Star. There's the link in the chat for you. I just had this conversation with my employees today. I was like, actually, you know, we could, because when you email, you're talking to somebody that is not a twin flame, guys. You're talking to somebody that doesn't know anything about it. She's just a good worker and like an old friend, you know, from like high school. And she works for me now, and she doesn't know anything about spirituality. So she can't answer your questions, guys. She wouldn't even know how. But she's, oh, my back itches. Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. I told her today, I said, well, you could actually send them to the Facebook group, because I'm not just asleep at the wheel in that Facebook group, you guys. I'm on it. We're on it, you guys. And I don't have time to go in there and keep an eye on things. So I have picked out former students of mine who I know really get it and really met their twin flame for sure, too. That's another problem that you have to watch out for, right? But you guys, I don't have to really try very hard to find motivated people um, to help me out here. And I need helpers. I have to say, the people that are helping me out in there, that you guys don't even know how grateful I am, because I can't do this by myself. I need helpers. And somebody's asking, they're going, I thought the Facebook group was only for paid customers. No, I'm talking about my free public Facebook group. There's a public Facebook group. Here's the link. I'll put again the link in the chat. It's a public Facebook group. It's free. It's called New World All-Star. Just go on Facebook group, New World All-Star, right? And but yeah, there's another Facebook group which is private. It's closed. You can't see who's in there. It's called The True Spiritual Journey, and that's for the paid customers. Well, anyway, if you're looking for a place to get answers to some of your questions, or maybe even, am I a twin flame? Did I meet a twin flame? I'm having a hard time figuring it out. These people are very knowledgeable in my Facebook group. I picked them on purpose, guys. And I taught them everything I know, and I trained them how to be good moderators, and they're on it. They're on it. You look at other twin flame Facebook groups, it's a free for all. Anybody can say anything they want and anything goes. And there's nobody is being held to any kind of intellectual standard at all. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I'm cleaning up an entire field that has become entirely intellectually undisciplined. And people are allowed to say anything they want. There's this, if you think you're a twin flame, then you are. If you think twin flames work this way, then it does. If you think actually that it works this other way instead, then it does. And you'll even see people say that. Oh, it works differently for everybody. No, guys. That's a cop-out. It does not work differently for everybody. That's something people who didn't meet their twin flame say. So that they can try to claim that they're a twin flame, so that they can look cool and make an identity out of being a twin flame. And I'm not sorry, you guys. It's a big fucking problem, and you know it. You know that. If you really met your twin flame, oh my God. But yeah, you're going to get a good answer. And most of the people in there have actually met their twin flame, and they're passionate, and they really want to help you. They legit actually want to help you. And it's not even just my mods. There's other people in there that aren't moderators. And you guys, when you're really having this experience, it's so extraordinary. And the way that it changes you, and the fucking weird, like, paranormal aspect to it too. Like, when you really let your twin flame go, they instantly contact you, and you're like, holy fuck, it worked. What the fuck? Right? Think about that for a second. You're actually causing this person to come back, and they don't know why they want to come back and talk to you so bad, but they do. And the timing of it is just like paranormal. It's like you just saw a ghost when you get that text message from your twin flame. It's so fucking weird. And then there's all these positive life changes that are happening to you. You feel like you've been transported to a different planet. If all of these things are happening to you, do you think you're going to be passionate about it? Of course you are. So that's what you're going to get in my twin flame Facebook group. You're going to get helped by people that know what the fuck they're doing. So go check that out if you're not sure what to do. Now, angels and wolves, your question was, Kurt, what are your thoughts on Anandamai? I don't know how to say that. Anandamayi Ma. She's a spiritual teacher who apparently met Paramahansa Yogananda. I've never heard of her. But I'll tell you what, if she's teaching non-duality, it's probably, guys, this is part of my program. In my paid coaching program, I give them all these resources. I give them all these books. Here's another woman, Charlotte Jacques Beck. Charlotte Jacques Beck. Is there a picture? No. Nope. So I have my students read her book and then these other books.
And I go, in the program, I tell people, I go, I'm not going to tell you everybody. I'm not going to tell you about all the really good non-dual teachers out there. I want you to find them. And the reason for that is because when you hear a spiritual teacher who isn't just pushing the new age crap, right? Like some new ager who says, I'm a spiritual teacher, and then they start talking about psychology, right? Healing and shit like that. And you're like, what does this have to do with consciousness? Well, anyway, somebody who calls themselves a spiritual teacher, but they are actually teaching you spiritualism, right? Non-duality, that you are consciousness, you are beyond mind, and you're not broken. You just have a case of mistaken identity. You're not your mind. When you see it, you're going to be able to spot it. You're going to know what that looks like. You're going to hear the message of genuine spiritualism, and you're going to go, wait, this one right here, they get it. Jim Newman. Have any of you ever heard of Jim Newman? Go look him up. Go look him up. And he's not that well known, but if you came across one of his videos, you'd be like, wait, this guy is teaching genuine spiritualism. How about that? Yeah. And by the way, this person is going, what are the men like that have taken your program? I don't know. They're guys. Girls are girls and guys are guys, right? Girls are from Venus and guys are from Mars. But everybody gets the teachings. Everybody does. And the guys that are in my program, they fucking get it too. There's one guy that I had on one of my coaching calls, and some of the things that he was explaining about his twin flame, who was a woman, right? So he's the so-called feminine. It doesn't really work on gender, right? Those are just labels. He's the push twin, right? He's the push twin. The conversation we had was so good and so productive that I decided I'm going to add it to the coaching program pretty soon. And he was like, I would be honored. Sure. Yeah. Put it in there. I don't care. By the way, a couple of more super chats before we go. Jasmine, thank you for your super chat. Two of them. Kurt, please start your twin flame test again. I'm going to. I don't know when. Probably towards the end of this summer. But yeah. It's yeah. It's a cool job, guys. I love what I do. And I got the resources. I got the manpower, and I got the science. All right, guys. I'm not out of gas, but my stomach is growling like a son of a gun. My stomach is growling like a son of a gun. I think I'm going to need some food. I think I'm going to need to do that. It's Twin Flame Tuesday and it's Taco Tuesday. I have such a good time doing these live streams, you guys, and I love interacting with you, and you guys, you're always asking such great questions. I don't want to go. I want to keep doing this until I get tired, like 11 o'clock at night, like a fucking 9-hour live stream. I could just keep going, man. 10 hours. I don't care. I really like, I'm really enjoying this, you guys. I love what I do. It's a lot of fun and it's interesting. It's fascinating. It's so cool. It's so cool. Oh, I'm going to take that fucking taco and shove it right in my mouth, pal. It's going to be so delicious. It's Elvira. What's up? What's up, Elvira? I love that. I love that name. Do I have Elvira? Elvira. Because her real name is Cassandra Peterson. Cassandra Peterson.
Yeah, she was pretty. She's a real looker. Look at that. Do you guys remember this from the 1980s? Elvira, it was like Scary Story Time. And then she had like the big hair. Elvira, mistress of the dark. Anyway. It's not the actual Elvira, everybody. Calm down. But yes, Elvira, I'm sure you're very good looking too. 333. Holy shit, I just noticed that. What in the fuck is with 333 today? This whole week? I don't know, guys. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, you guys. I need some tacos. Or perhaps, I don't know. You're welcome, 80s Angel. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, everybody. Rachel and all of y'all, Live Crosswire, you're here every week. I appreciate you. Thank you. Go call your dad, Rachel. Yes, La Magia, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Everybody, I wish I had time to talk to you all and to give you all a hug. I would love that so much. But yeah, next Tuesday. Yeah, next Tuesday. We're going to be doing another live stream next Tuesday. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but we're going to talk about some cool shit. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. All right, guys. Have a great week. It was a good one. One for the book. 4.5 hours. Holy shit. How about that shit? Can you even believe it? That's a good long live stream right there. I think that's the longest I've done yet. Bye, guys. We out.